All right, looks good. Just need to wait until we get a reveal, which should be happening in just a few minutes. Let's see. I think out of all of our 3-star champions, Nasus might be like top 3 as far as worst. So him getting upgraded is actually going to be really, really good. Nasus reveals so soon. I mean, we'll see. They sometimes start at 11, but sometimes it's more like 11:15 or 11:30. So we'll see. So it should happen in the next hour, but should be soon. What's the sauce? Just that they posted that it's going to be a constellation reveal today, and it's for Shurima. And if we look at Shurima, it's Nasus or Nidalee, but Nidalee's not really in the desert, so the only person it really makes sense for is Nasus. Also, you're going to label either of these as Titanic, it'd be Nasus. Which also, I'm really excited that the event is called, like, Titanic Allies or something like that, because that means not only are we getting big units this patch, next patch we should also be getting Titanic units as well. So that should be a lot of fun. Like, I would love it if Mordekaiser was one of the ones that got updated as well next patch. But we'll have to see. Oh, also they released a poll a couple months ago on who we want to see as champions. And Nasus and Nautilus both won. And so those are very likely who we're getting this time. Yeah, looking through at all the 3-star champions we have left, down here is Poro King. Just like going through and looking at them all, I think at this point, probably the 3 worst champions at level 30, 3 stars, so like the current max, sort of. I think the 3 worst is probably Lee Sin, Nasus, and Teemo. And so one of kind of the 3 worst champions getting upgrade to 6 stars, that's gonna be pretty big, because that's just like further moving the power of all champions. Like if you're getting rid of the lowest performers and making them like a constellation champion, then the power of just all the champions overall relative to each other is stronger, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, Nasus. Also, I'm hoping that they maybe adjust his star powers in his starting deck. They normally try to do that when they upgrade champions. So like for his star powers, I don't hate the 2-star, but maybe just making it a little bit stronger. So if this could also have some amount of scaling for it, so either like round start, this is stacking up every single round. Like I do like this is just always active. So I wouldn't want it to be something that only activates at round start unless it's just activating to further increase like the aura effect. Yeah, something that's just a little bit better as far as a 2-star. Like I know the major power isn't supposed to be here, but I think a slight improvement could be nice. But then also his starting deck isn't the best. Like it's great that Siphoning Strike is in here. That's fantastic. But a lot of the other ones aren't the best. So trying to improve the starting deck could also be really good. Two stars basically a common and +1 mana? Yes. The champions that I don't have at 6 stars, I think there's only 5-star champions. Actually, wait, I need to get rid of the 6. Alright, so Echo, Nora, Vi, Evelyn, Lux, Yasuo, Yumi, and Nico. Which, not too many. We're slowly closing in. And also I'm excited because we have a Shurima Crystal and a Bilgewater one. So we're going to be able to 6-star both of these new champions, which is going to be awesome. It is 11 I'm gonna refresh, see if they actually put anything out. Not yet. Often they've been pushing it back to be closer to like 11:15 or 11:30. So yeah, nothing really happening. Also looks like the first ad break is going to drop, but no news has been released yet. So if you need to quickly grab a drink, go to the bathroom, anything like that, go ahead and do that now. I think the effect for the Sun Disc should be a little sooner. That would be nice because normally, yeah, you end games before it goes off. So most games you don't see it, which kind of sucks. Hello, Dr. Sick. I don't have a Nova ready for both of them yet, but I'm sitting at like 70 to 90 shards. And then if you get the battle pass, and since we're getting an event, you should be able to get a good amount to kind of boost that up. Because yeah, in the event, they should also have a good amount of shards and whatnot, which is going to be fun having another event. It's going to be really interesting to see how this event shapes up compared to the previous one. Because now seeing two events will better be able to like evaluate how it actually goes. They'll probably give for Nautilus since he's the new champ, so build resources. I mean, that kind of sucks for me, just because I have already one Bilge Water Nova, pretty much enough to get another one. But then for crystals, I have 200, which is just kind of ridiculous. Hello, Rivi. Yes, you did just perfectly come in time to get hit by those ads. Let's see if every unit will be 8-8. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what we get. But I like the fact that it is a Titanic event, because that just means the next two champions should also be Titanic, which is awesome, because Titanic is so fun. And yeah, anyone that has the Starforged Gauntlets right now is going to be pretty happy, because probably 3 out of the 4 champions will be able to use this. Like, Nasus can't, because he starts at 3-3, but everyone else. What's the usual time for reveals? Pretty much any 15-minute interval. So they either do it at like 11, 11:15, 11:30, 11:45, or finally 12. So normally they'll often drop something at 11, or they'll then drop it at 11:15, and they kind of spread it out throughout the hour. So yeah, they didn't drop anything at 11 this time. So in like 10 minutes, we'll refresh again. Yeah, anyone that has Starforged Gauntlets, 3 out of the 4 champions we're getting this patch and next patch should be able to use this. I think the only one that won't be able to is Nasus, since he starts so low. So Starforged is going to be excellent. Yeah, Titanic unit's always so much fun. Do you have a video for... Oh, best. You said best builds, and I was like, not 100% sure. Best builds for 3-star units. I mean, I have a video that I put out like a month or 2 ago that gave you like builds for every single champion. I think it covered every champion. So it's like best rare relic build, best epic relic build, best build that includes epic relics but not any of the paid epic relics. Yeah, I think I have a video covering like all of that. Is the exclusive relic in the reveal normally? It's been mixed. Recently they have been doing it, yes. Previously, normally you would get like leaked later by the devs. Normally, whatever dev has been working on it might post like some of the constellation highlights, and then maybe also the epic relic. But recently they have been revealing it when they reveal like the star powers and starting deck. So they haven't been 100% consistent, but generally yes. Nasus relic must be the best one ever made to compensate for him. I mean, Nasus is a champion that's... He can be pretty fun like when the stars align and you get a good build going, it's really good. The Siphoning Strike, having this in your starting deck is a lot of fun. Great that this gets cost reduction on it. Really fun for giving you removal, scaling up all your units. So they really could make Nasus quite fun. Because I play him every once in a while, and I often actually have a pretty good time with him. Especially going for like a secret technique bit, or well, secret technique and echoing. Really good. I like this scaling playstyle. So they could make him a really fun champion. Like, yes, he's underperforming right now, but yeah, I think he's going to be pretty great. A Siphoning Strike node. Yeah, if they added Siphoning Strike something in there to your constellation, like, they maybe could give it more cost reduction. I feel like since it already has a Tear of the Goddess, maybe not. But that wouldn't be too bad. They can't really like add damage to it because it's just your unit striking. They could make it burst. That's actually something they could do. They could make it burst speed. And Bess's OP. Her relic is trash because of that, I think. Yeah, it's not the best epic relic. Honestly, that's one of the worst ones in the game for champion-specific relics, which is sad. I got the bundle anyway because of the completionist. Yeah, like I have to do it as well just for the content. I have to be able to test it out and let people know if it's good or not, if it's something that they should probably pass on, or yeah, gotta get the data. It's down there with Yasuo's and Caitlyn's. I mean, that's I would disagree with that. If you're talking about for other people, then yeah, it's not the best. But Yasuo's is really good for Yasuo because +1 starting mana is really broken. And then Caitlyn's is absolutely amazing for Caitlyn. Watch the tease be a troll and we get Teemo instead, opposite of Titanic. I mean, I highly doubt that, especially since it's not April for April Fools. Lifesteal and Siphoning Strike could be cool, but I severely doubt it. Yes. Nasus is better. Where is that? Than people make out, to be honest. He definitely can work out decently well. They have made some adjustments previously to his starting deck. They changed around, I think, a couple of the items, and they also made this burst instead of focus speed. So they did do some little tweaks here and there that definitely did help. And then with some epic relics, he can be pretty good. So he's a lot better than when he released. I would still say, though, if you're looking at all the champions overall, he is one of the worst. I still would prefer, like, I would play him over Lee Sin or Teemo, but I think most other champions would be better. Hi, Mr. Streamer, popcorn ready, reveal waiting room, pretty much. Yeah, in like 5 to 6 minutes, hopefully we'll get the first drop of news. Caitlyn's actually does something for her. Yeah, exactly. Like, Caitlyn's is pretty useless for most other champions, but for her, it's fantastic. With Echoing Spirit Hill Brick, though, Kek W. I mean, I still like Echoing for Nasus, but you can have an issue where you just draw Nasus and that fills up your entire hand. But still pretty good. What if they delay? I mean, hopefully not, but we'll kind of keep streaming until they reveal something today. What do you think of Evelyn's 6-star? Evelyn is one of the few champions I don't have at 6 stars. She's probably the next champion I am going to get a 6-star for, other than like the 2 new ones. Because I'm slowly trying to like get all the backlog champions. I think it's probably pretty good. It's fairly simple. Just whenever allied Husk gains stats to an ally, gains double the amount. I'm excited to play around with it. And yeah, I think it could be good. It's just going to give you massive giant units, which you already have, so now they're just going to be ridiculously huge. So it's a little boring in that regard. There's just like a ton of stats, but that's already what you're kind of doing with Evelyn. So I think it works out well. It's probably pretty strong. But we'll test that out in the next month or two, likely. We'll delay all this for one day. Spice now stream 24 hours straight until something's revealed. I don't think Eve needs 6 stars. I would agree with that. Yeah, so far, playing her, I think I've used her to beat Fiddlesticks. So yeah, I think she can, at 5 stars, clear all the toughest content in the game. So it's kind of similar to Samira, where I think her at 5 stars is perfectly fine. Honestly, if I didn't get like an extra, or like 2 extra Nova Crystals for Noxus, I probably wouldn't have bothered with Samira. Because I think her at 5 stars is perfectly fine. But I had like an extra one lying around, so I was like, okay, I guess. Because I think I still have one, right? Yeah, I still have a Noxus Nova Crystal ready to go for when they release Mel or any other Noxus champion. But yeah, Evelyn's another one that 5 stars is perfectly fine, I think. She definitely doesn't. It's very win more, but like, who doesn't want to see massive scaling? Yeah. What Riot should do is improve Samira's 6 star. I mean, I don't think she needs it. Like, she's already good enough at 5 stars that the 6 star, even though it is a worse version of Vayne's, Vayne needs the help more than Samira. So it's kind of fine that Samira is the way it is. This is from someone who played a lot of 5-star Evelyn. No shot. I got Shrima shards today. Ready for Noxus now. Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised that it's not going to be a Noxus event. I know that's what a lot of people are saying to better align with League, but I was like, I kind of feel like they're going to do their own thing. What's your build for Vayne? Using Death's Foil and haven't had much trouble at 5 stars. Vayne is definitely one that even at 5 stars, she is fine, especially if you can get... Well, the mana flow is really good, so you can play her turn 1. But then right here, Tumble gains Tear of the Goddess. This is massive. So if you can get her to 5 stars with this, then yeah, you're really, really good. The 6 star just makes her incredible. Her build is... Yeah, normally this. You go for Hidden Tome or Lost Chapter, so that you can play your Tumble as soon as you play her. Death's Foil, so she can freely attack. And Chosen as a way to further scale her up with the Faded and Augment, but also give you, like, Overwhelm and Challenger. So this is, like, my go-to build for Vayne. She pretty much OTKs almost everything. Yeah, she's really good. Yeah, Vayne was one that I was more interested in than the other Demacia champions. Honestly, Lux Illuminated probably could have used it more, but I prefer Vayne. And I like her absolutely destroying. Alright, it's 11:15. I'm gonna refresh. Let's see if they posted anything. Alright, not yet, but we'll just keep refreshing here. I think they normally post at least something at 11:15. If it is Shrima, hopefully they add Amumu to Path. He's my favorite League champ. Amumu would be pretty funny. Alright, sad. I am not seeing anything. Yeah, I thought normally they released something at 11:15, but maybe what they're doing is they're going to be kind of dropping everything all at once, which is kind of better. It's sometimes frustrating when like at 11 or 11:15 they reveal like, oh, the constellation was Kale, and we're all like, okay, yeah, we knew that, and they don't show us anything else for a while. Oh well. Right, devs. Oh, we know spicy streams right now. Let's hold off reveals for another 3 hours. Oh, that would be sad. Yeah, 11:16. I'm not seeing anything new getting posted. Tragic. Recently dropped the other Demacia Nova on Vayne. Kind of hoped I'd save it potentially for Galio next patch. There is a decent chance we get Galio next patch. So when will they drop the news? Probably in 15 minutes. But yeah, hope it should be this hour. All at once instead of the drip feeding. I wouldn't be upset if they did that. I mean, hopefully they do it at 11:30 and not like 12. Yeah, normally between 11 and 12 is when they release all the news they're going to release for the day, which is pretty much just, here's the champion that we're like teased, here's their starting deck, which we already have for Nasus, so it'll be really interesting to look at that, see if they changed it at all. But then also the powers, and recently they've also been doing the relic, which, yeah, a relic for Nasus. It's interesting. I don't think they're going to do this necessarily because it was already kind of toxic previously. But if they released like a better version of Gatebreaker, because like this is Nasus, his relic. The Curator's Gatebreaker, Nasus is the Curator. So it is kind of funny that this used to be a summon effect of I strike the enemy Nexus. Obviously they had to nerf it because it was a little bit too overpowered. It would be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if they did something with him striking when he's summoned. If they didn't just do the Kale 6-star, where when she summons, she strikes all units, I would kind of suspect that maybe they would do that for Nasus. But I kind of doubt it now. But yeah, him playing and striking something, I think there's a decent possibility. Also, Nasus just getting a relic that gives him +1 starting mana. That also would be something I wouldn't be surprised by either. Just helping him scale up a little bit more. Although, you know what could actually be really cool? Something like what I first imagined would probably be a little bit too overpowered. But something where when you slay an enemy unit, you get +1 mana next round. Or just when you slay a unit. It could be your own unit. When you slay a unit, you get +1 mana next round. So it's a little bit more interactive than just +1 starting mana. And if you're falling behind, you don't get any benefit from it. But if you can kill enemy units, you could then like massively spike. But the thing is, it would be a temporary mana gem just for next round. So it's not like, oh, you get a massive spike and then you keep that. It's like, if you don't keep getting kills, he's not able to keep up that amount of mana. So that would probably be too overpowered. But I think that could be something that'd be really fun. Something that's helping you ramp up faster. It's more interactive than just +1 mana. But if you can kind of achieve its effects, it could be really strong. That'd be fun, I think. Relic. I'm Titanic. If I'm Nasus, I strike the strongest enemy. Possibly. Having something, so yeah, it's trying to lean into playing him when he's Titanic. Like, you're kind of already wanting to do that. Normally, you want him to get to, yeah, at least Titanic, if not like 10 or close to it. Before you play him, that wouldn't be bad. I don't know, Nasus, he's a really cool concept as far as a character. I really liked him in League. I like the sitting in lane and scaling up. Like, I also like Veigar. I even have like the Infernal Nasus skin in League. So I do like him a lot. I think they did a pretty bad implementation when they first brought him into the game. But I'm actually pretty excited for him getting updated. I hope someone at Riot hears my idea and just steals it for a relic. Because having some form of scaling, because I don't think we have any interactive scaling relics. Yeah, I think the only way we scale up is we get the passive +1 starting mana. Like technically with the Starforge, you're trying to hit a certain threshold, so you can kind of cheese it, but it's not really like something you're doing in game or in a match. And like another way you can kind of sort of ramp or get a lot of cost reduction is like Disciple of Shadows. And you have like the Plunder relics, but something to actually do in game that gives you extra starting mana, or not starting mana, but extra mana, I think could be pretty fun. Just a sort of like in-game kind of quest. Like for Samira, you're trying to play 3 cards every round, so they could even do something like that. Honestly, I think that would almost be a more interesting way to do a 5-star. That would have actually been fun for them to do for a 5-star instead of just have some power that's specific for every single champion on how to ramp up faster. And it could be something as simple as like, for Pike, if I lurk, +1 mana next round. For Samira, if you did play your 3 cards in a round, you get +1 mana next round. I don't know, something that's a little bit more interactive. It would be interesting. It should be called Essence of Susan. Pike relic, but for Siphoning Strike. I'd prefer +1 mana on Nautilus. I mean, that's, yeah, for any of these champions that they're bringing out for this event, since they're all Titanic, you're going to want to ramp them up. So even though it is a little bit more on the boring side, if any of them just have +1 starting mana, it's like, yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, it would be nice for the relic if it wasn't just if I'm Nasus. Just if I'm Titanic, I strike the strongest enemy. That could be nice. Yeah, Nautilus is going to be very interesting, and I wonder if they're going to keep the deep mechanic as is, because right now for deep, if I have 15 or fewer cards, I'm deep. The thing is, when champions start out, you start at 18 cards, because that is your starting deck. It's 18 cards, that's what you start with. So after like the first round, because you're drawing like 2 to 3 cards at start, you're pretty much deep immediately. And so it's going to be an interesting kind of balance where you're able to hit deep incredibly fast when you start a match, but as you go into the adventure and gain more and more cards, it's potentially going to get harder and harder to get deep. So it's going to be interesting. Nasus technically hasn't been revealed yet. That's what we're waiting on. Hopefully in 5 minutes. It's going to be 11:30 my time. They normally drop something then. Yeah, normally I think at like 11 or 11:15 they drop the kind of constellation reveal where they just showed like the outline of the champion and then they just show it being filled in. So it's like, oh, it's Kale. They didn't do the constellation image this time. They just did an image of like Shurima and Bilgewater, which is a really cool image. Here, we'll actually throw that up here. So they showed this instead, so they didn't have the normal like constellation outline. But yeah, we have Shurima up here, Bilgewater down here, which, yeah, pretty cool. But yeah, we just gotta wait, and hopefully we'll get something soon. So one new constellation and one new champion. Yes. So they said an existing champion is getting upgraded to 6 stars. So Nasus is kind of the only one that makes sense because the only 2 Shurima is Nasus and Nidalee, and Nidalee is more in like Ixtal or whatever it's called. She's obviously like in a jungle, not Shurima. So really, Nasus is the only person that actually makes sense. And the other one is in Bilgewater, and we're told we're getting one new champion for crazy sea monsters like we already have Pike. So it only really makes sense to be Nasus. So they could be trolling us, but Nasus and Nautilus is kind of the only 2 that actually make sense. Wander of the Sands and Upside Down, yeah, a Murky Abyss. They could have additional triggers for deep, like toss X cards. Possibly. That's gonna be. It's gonna be interesting if they're gonna leave deep as the bottom 15 cards, or if they're gonna say like half of your starting deck or a quarter of your starting deck. So to try to balance it out. What I want is Nasus deck to be reworked. Yes, I'm hoping they do that as well. Normally that's when they kind of adjust stuff for starting decks and items like that, is when they upgrade the champion to 6 stars. In card descriptions, Nasus is called a Desert Wanderer. I'm not really seeing it here. Maybe it's in a different card. Oh, there it is. Wandering in the Desert. There we go. So, in the leveled up form. I mean, probably one of the Nautilus cards, it is Murky Abyss. Also, Nautilus was one of the champions I played a bunch when I was playing League. I would like jungle or do support Nautilus, and that was a lot of fun. Oh, I didn't really notice Murky Abyss anywhere. But, I mean, it's the only one that really makes sense. Also, especially since it's Titanic, I think Nautilus is the only Titanic Bilgewater. Not top with Goon Shoes era. I don't think I ever did that. But also, Bard was another support champion I liked. I like going like full... What was it called? It was something like Machine Gun Bard. Something similar to that. Murky Abyss is nowhere near Nautilus, but it's the only one that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, scaling up as Bard and then just absolutely annihilating people is so funny. Who are you missing from Bilgewater? Someone like Gangplank, Twisted Fate. Fizz. So we don't have Fizz. We don't have Twisted Fate and Gangplank. So honestly, there's not that many Bilgewater champions we don't have yet. Yeah, Nautilus is the only Titanic Bilgewater. Yeah, once we get Nautilus, there's only like 3 Bilgewater champions in the whole game we don't have. That's kind of surprising. Alright, it is 11:30. Time to go refresh. Please have something. Come on. Sad. Is Graves in Path yet? I don't even think Graves is in LoR. We need our drugs, give us leaks. He's the only Bilge champ not in LoR. Brings out conspiracy hat while Neil is in path. All right, looks like we're not really getting anyone. Also, looks like the next ad is wanting to drop, so at least we're not having to get any news interrupted by that. Well, I guess they're really wanting to drop everything at the same time, and I guess they're just waiting until it's either 11:45 or 12. Ah, rip. The wait continues. I remember that stream where we waited so much it didn't get it. Ended the stream, it got revealed, posted after an hour. Was a shame, really. Right, that was a couple months ago. Did we only get one champion that month? Yeah, I forget if that was the first day or the second day. But they said something's getting revealed today, so... yeah, new constellation, the 10th, which is today. Oh, man. I don't remember, just remember that happened. Yeah, it's same. I do remember many times we're just waiting for a reveal, just be like, come on. Any moment now. Maybe they'll release at noon, high noon. I mean, it's possible. Since they're potentially not wanting to spread it out as much. Because, yeah, previously, like, every 15 minutes, there'd be, like, a new part of the champion. Whereas right now, they might just be like, here, everything all at once. But we'll have to see. Oh, man. I'm excited, though, that we'll be able to 6-star both the champions without having to buy any of the Nova Crystals. Because, yeah, it's kind of perfect that it's the two regions that I actually got some shards for. So I do kind of wonder what Nautilus's relic would be. For any of these units, +1 mana would be very easy. I would think for Nautilus, it's got to be something with toss, right? Like, honestly, for Nautilus, it could be a very similar effect as the, like, Fiddlesticks one, where when you play a 3 or higher cost card, you Terrify 1. For Nautilus, it could be the same thing, but, like, when you play a 3 cost card, you toss 1, toss 2. When you play a card, toss 2. I feel like that might be a little bit too much. When you play a sea monster, toss 1. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Also, it'll be interesting to see if they kind of incorporate the Nautilus effect that we have currently in the game. So right now for Nautilus, when when any unit dies, you heal and toss 1. Normally, they don't make champion powers the exact same as, like, enemy boss powers. But that is one that could be interesting. My only worry is running out of cards. Well, we'll go check Nautilus again. I think when he levels, he adds back in, like, all the cards you tossed, or at least all of the, like, sea monsters. So when you're deep, which is normally 15 cards. But yeah, I have 3. We'll have to see if they keep deep at 15 or if they change it to be like half or a quarter of your deck or something like that. When I level up, copy tossed allies that cost 4 or more. Okay, so it's not sea monsters. I mean, most of them are sea monsters, but tossed allies that cost 4 or more back into your deck. The bad thing is, if you don't have Nautilus, yeah, you could just completely toss yourself or mill yourself to death. Yeah, you play Nautilus, he levels up, gives you a bunch of units back in your deck, and then now all your sea monster allies cost 4 less, which means most of them will cost either free or just like 1 or 2. honestly, for Nautilus, you probably want to go for Beast Within, because a lot of your units all are going to have the Sea Monster tag. So they're all going to get 1/1. They're already getting 3/3 from Deep. And then they're also going to get Overwhelm. So Beast Within is probably going to be pretty good. Nautilus is one, though, that I've been really excited for a while. Because I always like the sort of like monster, undead, scary creature sort of decks. And so that's one reason why I really like Pike, because they're kind of sea monsters, even though they're technically not. They're all lurkers. But for me, a lot of these cards are really cool. Now, it'll be interesting to see which one of these cards actually get in our deck, because they always want to give you cards to be able to like get later. So yeah, this will be interesting. Let's actually go. I know today's mostly about Nasus, but we kind of already know what his deck is. So Dredgers, I think this one should be really likely. Win him, summon, toss 3. Jettison, I'm not sure if they'll actually add this one. Some of these I wouldn't be surprised, like Coral Creatures, Boctopus. Some of these that they're just like, they like to use a lot as just general cards. Yeah, most of the sea monsters are on the more expensive side. When I'm summoned, create a random sea monster in hand. I think this is a possible one. It wouldn't be too bad. I don't think it's too OP. Maybe Frozen Tomb to guarantee summoning not and not milling yourself up straight. Yeah, Frozen Tomb, that definitely could be pretty good. Let's actually look for Nautilus. It's not a play effect, right? No, it's just when you're deep. So this shouldn't matter if he's summoned or played. If he hits your board, if you're deep, he's going to level. So yeah, Frozen Tomb, that's a really good call. That could be very good for Nautilus, just to make sure you get him and you don't mill yourself to death. Yeah, pretty much all, or almost all sea monsters are at 4, which makes sense for Nautilus. Once you deep, heal your allies Nexus 3. I would kind of doubt this one that would be in there. We'll have to see if Riptide his champion spell is. I think the Beast Below, I think this is a generic enough card that we would probably get it. Actually, let's search for Toss. So Dredgers, I think there's a decent chance of this one. These two, I don't think as much. Riptide, hopefully. And Salvage, I would say maybe. Shipwreck Hoarder, this is an epic card. I doubt they're going to put this in our starting deck. This is probably going to be a card you have to draw, I would think. All right, so I think Beast Below could have a decent chance to be in your starting deck. And I think maybe the Abyssal Eye. But I think a lot of these other ones, they're going to want you to just be able to draft them as you're playing. So like these two I highly doubt. And then Megatusk and Devourer I'm skeptical on. But Hunters, I think this could be decent. I think probably Beast Below. Maybe Abyssal Eye. Yeah, both the champions I'm super excited for this patch. Shipwreck Hoarder me once. Yeah. If they use Treasure Sea Monsters in his deck, it'd be hella fun. Yeah, the Treasures could be pretty good, so we'll have to see. Trid in 3-star Thresh has been a rough fight. It's been a wailing on me. Yeah, that used to be one of the tougher fights. You kind of had to figure out how to kind of counter it. Tridimir is the bigger threat there than Thresh. We need Devourer. Possibly Devourer could be our removal. If you're trying to go into Tridimir, you normally need some way to get around their units. So either having big enough units and you get overwhelmed, so even if you don't kill them, you can still punch through and do a lot of damage, or trying to go for elusive, just so you can kind of go around their units. I'd argue Megatusk is going to be added for early sustain in the base deck. It's possible. When another ally dies or last breath, toss 1. Lure of the Depths. Reduce the cost of sea monsters everywhere. So I don't want to get too excited because they normally want you to draft a bunch of cards. So they don't want to put too many good things in your deck. But if they added some of the treasures, that could be fun. Regardless, all of these cards, you should have a pretty good chance of like seeing them in shops or after battle rewards. So any of these that aren't in your opening deck, you should see relatively regularly. Yeah, Devourer, if they gave us this and maybe a little bit of cost reduction on it, could be a decent removal tool. Gloom really counters Fiddle. Gloom really counters Trid. So Fiddle, Vex are pretty good against him. Yeah, that's true. Maybe change Deep to top X amount of cards tossed. Yeah, they've talked about this before with, especially when I asked them about Fiora, that they might change how cards work just for Path of Champions. Like for Fiora, instead of just winning the game, she might do like a certain amount of damage to the enemy Nexus or something like that. And yeah, for Nautilus, it's going to be a tough one to balance since you're the closest to Deep at the very start of the adventure when you don't have any extra cards in your deck. And then as you go on, it's getting harder. So I really would not be surprised if they change Deep from bottom 15 to like bottom half of your deck or something like that. That's not just a flat set amount. Because otherwise, hitting Deep at the start of the adventure is going to be super easy and only get harder. Maybe we'll get a Kale solution. This looks not as good as we wanted. 3 minutes later, we play it, and it's really strong. I mean, possibly. That's why, for any of the reveals, it's like, even if it doesn't look good, I'm not going to come out hard against it until we actually play it. Because it might be like, doesn't look the best. But yeah, normally once we get our hands on it, we see how things actually click together, then it can be pretty good. All right, it's 45. At this point, I kind of think they might just wait till 12. But we're going to try to refresh. See if there's anything. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a bigger day because we have champion reveal and patch notes. Also, tomorrow we're probably not going to start stream until like 12. All right, I am still not seeing anything. Do you think the new Titans event will be released this patch? It's this patch. They confirmed that. So yeah, the champions will gain this patch, and then next patch should all be Titanic theming. Like, technically Nasus isn't Titanic, but normally when you play him, he is. All right, it is 46. We do not see anything, so yeah, I think they're just waiting until 12. Well, a little sad. Oh well. Yeah, what Rivi said, they do 2 patches on, one patch off. So this past patch, we didn't have any event going. For the next 2 months, we will have events. Then again, we'll have one month without events. So we're getting a ton of events now. Events give us a good amount of resources. And then I really do like that it lets us know kind of in advance what to expect for the next champions. So I love the fact that we're getting a Titanic event. So it's like 2 Titanic this month, 2 more next one. If streaming Spicy Toast, then new info false. I mean, I guess, yeah, I'll stop streaming quickly, wait for it to drop, and then come back. Oh, man. Yeah, I am really excited for Nautilus. He's one I've wanted for a very long time. I mean, Nautilus and... Is it AO? It is AO. Oh, Maokai. Because he's just like any of the toss decks, I think would be a really interesting mechanic. So I'm excited. Stop streaming and drop it immediately. Start streaming again. Stop the stream now, wink wink. Yeah. I mean, what's happened previously is I stopped streaming and they wait long enough. So it's like, spend an hour or two. Okay, he's not going to come back. Let's drop it. Yeah, I'm really excited. Also, one thing that they haven't mentioned at all, but I think is going to be happening soon. So either, I would guess this month or next month, we're going to get a refresh on our epic relics. Because normally they kind of wait for us to be able to get them all. So if you're kind of getting them on cooldown from the golden reliquaries, they wait for that to kind of finish before they add new ones. So if you've been buying them on cooldown, you would have had them all now for like a month or two. So I'm thinking we're going to get a new batch of epic relics, of just the non-character specific ones, just the one you get from the golden reliquaries. Either this month or next month is my guess, because we're kind of due for them. So soon. The hanging out part is fun. Glad you're enjoying it. Still missing 8 cries out in epic pain. Oof. That's me. Have all. Yeah, I know a lot of people. I think it's close to 2 months ago that people were telling me that they started to get them all. For me, I added some different bundles that had golden reliquaries that I'd never bought. And so once they added a bunch of new epic relics, I then got a lot of those bundles that had the epics. So I've had them for a lot longer than most other people. Still 2 off, but got the Yasuo Swain due to a bug. Nice. So yeah, hopefully we'll get epic relics soon. Once I am able to test out the new epic relics, that's probably the next time we're going to do a big tier list. Because like right now, doing a tier list doesn't really do anything other than like adding in the new champions, because nothing else has really shifted. There hasn't really been new events to kind of compare people to. There hasn't been like the champion specific relics that have come out mostly haven't shifted the meta very much. So I'm kind of waiting for something big that's actually going to affect the balancing or where we're placing all the champions, which I think would be the next time we get a batch of epic relics. Is there a walls deck in LoR path, since I saw they have a keyword that uses butts for power? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that. Missing one, 7 days away from the last one. Formidable? Oh. Okay, yeah, Formidable is... The best Formidable champion is Gallia, which I think we have a pretty high chance of getting next patch. Which I'm kind of interested to see what they're going to do for some of those champions with the epic relics that we already kind of have in game. So yeah, let's see. So there is ones like Strength of Stone where this is very much Galio theming. So it's like, is this going to count for Galio's relic? Are they going to release another specific relic for him? Also, there is... what is it called again? There, Spirit of the Buru. This is obviously very much themed for like Alawi. I mean, they're probably just going to add in a new epic relic, more than likely. But it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that. Walls in Magic the Gathering are cards that have 0 attack. They can't attack, but some cards let them attack with their health. Butts in Magic the Gathering is a common phrase used to call toughness health. Okay, interesting. Hello, Finny girl. Seraphine is also coming in at some point, and Spellweaver's just Seraphine's relic in a way. Yep, that's a good call out as another one. So yeah, some of those champions is going to be interesting to see kind of what they do for their epic relic when they sort of already have one. What if they make SOS play and have a summon effect in Galio's Constellation? That'd be interesting. I kind of doubt they would do that, but yeah, it would be when you summon an ally, if it has formidable, do X. If not, grant formidable. Possibly. That wouldn't be too bad. Cithria deck, maybe? I mean, that's the thing. We do have some really interesting, like, followers, so units that aren't champions, that people would want to actually have a deck for, and maybe even make this card a champion. So, like, Zolani is another one that people would really like. Yeah, that's the first one a lot of people say. Zolani's borderline a champ already. I mean, they still have a lot of champions to add and then also to upgrade. So it's like, we're not running out of champs anytime soon, but we pretty much have infinite, like, they can just keep going for as long as the game is supported, because they already saw with like Lux Illuminated that they can also just release different versions of the same champion. So if they wanted to have a different spin on the same champion, they can do that. And then also, yeah, they could upgrade some of the like followers and make a deck around them. Would be interesting. Maybe grant double its power to its health, reduce its power to 0. That would be, yeah, solid. Jack being an example. Jack is a follower and a champion. Yeah, that's true. Jack started out as a follower and they made him a champion. Yeah, I kind of forgot that, yeah, there's the two versions of Jack. Am I the only one waiting for Elder Dragon 6 stars? No. A lot of people looking forward to that. Yeah, if they did that next patch, I would not complain at all. Elder Dragon, I think, could be a lot of fun. Honestly, they could just keep Elder Dragons. They could do what they did with Warwick, and instead of him having a different, like, 6-star that's just completely unique, they could give you a 3rd rank of the Dragon Sire, making all allies with 6+ cost like 3 less, and then do what they did with Warwick, where there's another special effect as well. So for Warwick, you're improving your scaling, but then there's also the aspect of you're scaling up their health as well. Did they do the follower to champ for Nora? No, Nora, I don't think we ever... Yeah, she was never a follower. She's just a unique champion for LoR. As far as I know, I think Jack is the only one they've actually done that to, where they had him initially as a follower and then released another card where they made him a champion. Yeah, I think Jack's the only one. I have a feeling we might get Orin's Constellation next month. I mean, I'm all for it. I love the Titanic units. That's why I'm so excited for this event. It's like, if Elder Dragon gets it, great, fantastic, love to see it. If Mordekaiser got it, fantastic, would love to see that. If Ornn got it, like, any of these is just fantastic, would love to see if any of those got it. Because even some of these ones that often can be not as good, like Nasus, like Ornn, some degree Elder Dragon, I still really enjoy playing them. Yeah, I guess there is Lucian's wife, Senna. Senna was a follower for Lucian, and then they also added her as a champion. Yone and Senna were followers before they came to League of Legends. Aatrox is so underrated. Aatrox is one that really, I kind of feel like, splits the community. I think there's a lot of people that really, really like Aatrox. And so I feel like for some of those people, he's kind of overrated. But then for some other members, he's, yeah, pretty underrated. All right, 3 minutes, and we hopefully get our champion reveal. I really, really don't like Aatrox. He's fun. I enjoy him. I'd love to see Kindred get an updated deck. The ticking time bomb mechanic is fun, but kind of hard to keep track of with no UI on their stacks. So the trick for Kindred is you use your spells that are fast speed, and you target your own followers with them to see how much damage the eye is going to tell you it does to the enemy deck. So you're getting this Spirit Journey every single round. So you can just target this on your own prey. It'll show you from the eye how much damage it's doing to the enemy. And you don't have to go through it. You can just then like drag the spell off the stack. Don't actually like commit to it. But that is a way you can just go and check how much damage it's counting. So you can see it. Eye doesn't always work though. If you have some random effect going off that the eye can't account for, then yeah, it's not going to work. So there are sometimes it has issues. But generally, that's a really good way to try to figure out how much damage you're kind of sitting on at the moment. I like Jack from Equipped Champions the most. Gibbs 6-star Jack. See, that's something I'm kind of always mixed on for some of these champions. Because some of them, like Diana, like Jax, or Nidalee, LeBlanc, Nidalee, some of these, they're really, really good as they are. And so it's like, oh, if they get upgraded, man, they're going to be insane. So that could be fun. But for a lot of the other ones, like Nasus, the ones that are on the weaker side, I do kind of like them getting upgraded first, just so that they're kind of improving the worst champions and making them really good now. Because, yeah, some of these 3 stars, they already can punch way above their weight right now, as is. So yeah, I think prioritizing some of the worst champions is definitely better overall. But yeah, Jax is one of those ones that I would really enjoy playing as well. All right, it's 12. Let's go refresh. Please give us Nasus. Alrighty. The intern is taking his time today. I mean, I think it's probably Lope, and Lope is very nice. She's the wonderful person that sometimes sends us the patch notes a little bit early. It's been any news? I mean, so far, no. All right, 12:01. Still not seen anything. Rough. Alrighty. That's the only thing I kind of wish, is that they were a little bit more consistent on when they revealed things. Alright, it is 12:02. Still not seen anything. Normally, all the information would have been revealed by now for today. So far, we haven't gotten anything, but we know something is coming. Refreshing both LoR and LoR report. I mean, it needs to be posted on Runeterra first, and then normally LoR report then reposts it. Alright, I'm gonna stop refreshing. Oh, sad. Alright, so I guess we're gonna keep on waiting. End of the stream for today to wait 10 minutes. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll see. The moment we stop waiting, it will appear. Yeah, that's why I stopped refreshing. Yeah, I have a lot of wild fragments. Yeah. It's been a little bit rough. The last little while, they have only been giving us like one champion. And so I keep like almost hitting the cap, which I don't like. That's why I don't even like get any of the bundles immediately, or I don't also get the battle pass normally right away either, because I don't want to get extra fragments for the champion. I want to be able to spend as many of these as I can. The only issue is I have to start with them at 2 stars. Oh yeah, there's the pun for the wild. I'm saving 135 for new champions just in case. Yeah. I mean, I just have to try to use them and blow through them as soon as anything that I can spend them on is available. We got 28 shards. The biggest problem is having 3 extra. Yeah, I've been able to get so many fragments that anytime I can spend them on something, I just try to blow through them all as fast as possible. It will be interesting to see how this patch does, or this event measures up. Because last time, the Runeterra event was pretty good. Like, they gave us enough resources, I think, to get both the new champions to like 4 or 5 stars, and then also have like 50 to 60-ish Nova shards just from like the event, and maybe also pairing in the battle pass. But yeah, it's like you get a lot of resources from it, which is very nice. Right, I'm an impatient person, don't tempt me. Oh. Let's, yeah, grab Nasus again. So round end, grant your strongest ally 2/2. For each unit you've slain this round, once you've slain 10 units, restore the Sun Disc. I feel like they're probably not going to change this. I wouldn't mind if they made this a little bit less, because quite often you're able, like, you don't see this. The game will end before you actually hit this threshold. Still, I don't think they're going to touch the 3-star. I'm hoping they make the 2-star a little bit better. Like, I like that you're debuffing enemies. I like that sort of thematic element to it. I think it's good. I just wish it was a little bit stronger. So yeah, hopefully this is a bit better. If they could add some amount of a scaling element that is getting stronger throughout the game, that could be nice. But we'll have to see. For the 4-star, what do we think they're going to do for his 4-star? They could give you Trifarian Might. That's one that actually would be pretty solid. I don't think they've given anyone Trifarian Might, though, as a 4-star. I'm just thinking that's one that could work. They could do Titanic Wake, but I would highly doubt that. That'd just be funny. I'm trying to think for anyone that would really synergize well. Disarmed? Yeah, that's essentially the same thing as this 2-star. That would be kind of funny for a troll if they gave him Disarmed as his 4-star. Maybe change his 2-star and give him Disarmed. That would be possible. Sorcery is what he wants most. Sorcery would be nice. That would be really good. They gave away rare epic powers early, and now they specifically create new powers for 4-stars. They do sometimes create new powers for 4-stars. I don't think that's necessarily... I think they still would like to use existing powers if possible. Trifarian would be amazing. Yeah, I would love it if they could give a champion Trifarian. But yeah, there is definitely that possibility to just completely make a new 4-star for Nasus. That is possible. Hey, Jim. Yeah, for the 4-star, we know they have the possibility to go all the way up to epic because they've given a couple champion like yips. So it's not like that's something they can't do. But I think they normally like to have it be a common or rare. And yeah, Kale, they gave her just the common one, which actually worked out pretty well. Yeah, they made a new common power for Heimer, but that's a crazy good common power. Like, now that's added to the pool, I think it's one of the strongest common powers in the game. A whole hour, I probably missed a lot, huh? Yeah, so much. We've been doing a lot of waiting. 6-star Nasus becomes Susan, Destroyer of Homes. Yeah, you've missed some fun time killing time, but as far as actual reveals, you've not missed anything, sadly. Yeah, they do need to definitely rework yips to make it one or less, not just one. As far as his deck here, I would like to see the Researchers gone. I don't really like this card in the deck. Like, it's fine, like a 3-cost 3/3. This extra effect, you almost never see it actually utilized. You don't really have any way... I don't think you have any predicts anywhere. So like this card, I would like this to be gone, to be something a little bit better. Rune Runners is actually a solid card. I think they kind of reworked its items. Yeah, some of these have gotten definitely a lot better. It would be nice if Bloodthirsty Marauder got switched into the Nasus Bakai. The like 1-cost fearsome, when you slay an ally, give me 1 power. The deck, though, definitely has been improved. They changed a lot of the items, and they made some of these effects, like the exhaust, not focus speed. So it is definitely a lot better than it used to be. Something to buff up Siphoning Strike. Like, this is pretty much the most fun card in your entire deck. And the best time is when you are focusing around it. So trying to have a node in the constellation that maybe makes this go to burst speed. Or, I mean, even further cost reduction wouldn't be bad. Actually, something that could be really fun, which this is something we sort of talked about earlier, but in a little bit of a different way. Instead of having a like champion spell or champion relic that has Nasus strike enemy units when you play him, it would be better that when you play Nasus, he does a Siphoning Strike on like every enemy target, or like, you could even like rip off Pike, but I wouldn't even be mad, where he Siphoning Strikes the lowest, and then if it kills the target, he then Siphoning Strikes the next. That would be hilarious. Just kind of ripping off Pike, but having it so Nasus has other ways of playing your Siphoning Strike, maybe as like a 4-star or like your 6-star effect of when you play a unit, if they have like over 5 power, they cast Siphoning Strike on a random enemy or the weakest enemy. Just something to further incorporate Siphoning Strike into your overall kit and have this maybe cast automatically sometimes. Either whether that is your epic relic, your 4-star, your 6-star. Other ways to get this to trigger could be really fun. Because like we already have Aurelion Sol that when you play him, he automatically casts Sky's Descent. So he's playing a spell when you play him. So we already have like similar tech in the game. That could be really fun. Maybe make his relic, my strikes are Siphoning Strikes. Make it usable on other champs as well. Could be interesting. I mean, they could even go somewhat similar to like the Warwick route, where when he's leveled, at the end of the round, he strikes a damaged enemy. For Nasus, it could just be like, once he's leveled, I strike, or I cast Siphoning Strike on the weakest enemy, or something like that. Just focusing on Siphoning Strike even more, I think is a very good call. For both this game and in League of Legends, this is your most iconic ability. It's the most fun to play around. The most fun you have with Nasus generally is focusing on Siphoning Strike, at least in my opinion. So trying to get more of these going would be a lot of fun. What if they reverse Nasus? The more slays you have, the less attack enemies have everywhere. Honestly, that could be totally fine. A reverse Warwick. Yeah, I think that could be okay. Trying to make him a little bit more of a control deck where he's kind of similar to Gloom, but you're only reducing down their power, and then you're having to rely on your fearsome units to get strikes off. Yeah, they changed his 2nd-star so that, like, based on the amount of enemies you killed, you're debuffing the enemy. Wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I'm excited and hopefully optimistic to see what they do with Nasus. Four-star round start, create a fleeting Siphoning Strike. I mean, honestly, that's, yeah, not actually... not even bad. If they don't rework the 2nd-star, he better have a buffed 5-star that makes it into a -3 or something. That would be nice. That would definitely be nice. I'm a little bit disappointed the fact that Kai'Sa has been the only champion with a special 5-star. I keep waiting for them to add that to another champion. Yeah, the fact we haven't is a little sad. I wish they utilized that a little bit more. And Kai'Sa doesn't even need the extra one, in my opinion. I mean, it's nice to have. That is something I'm pretty happy, though, with. Kai'Sa wasn't the best champion at 3 stars, but her at 6 stars is absolutely crazy. So I'm hoping they can really improve Nasus to make him from one of the more underperforming champions to, yeah, actually be very solid and powerful. Yeah, but they said it wouldn't be common, but I didn't think they meant like once in a blue moon. Yeah, I realized that they weren't going to do it that often, especially since Kai'Sa was the only one. But the fact that we've had a whole bunch of champions, not a single other one has utilized it, is a little sad. Saw that on Reddit, -1 for every unit he slayed. Yeah, there's been a lot of similar ones like that. All right, it is 12:16. Let's try to do a refresh. Because normally it's at the 15-minute intervals. But still nothing. Nice. Yeah, we can go look at Kai'Sa. Always blind. There's some champion I just like never see. Alright, Kai'Sa. So +2 starting mana. And then allies with 3 or more positive keywords have 2/2. Allies with the 6 or more have 4/4. So it's just giving you some extra stats to make sure you don't get stat checked as hard. So yeah, you see the second star +1 mana, 3 or more keywords have 2/2. So it's just the 2 mana, so it's incorporating that 5-star mana, and then just doubling your stats. Kayn gets a special 5-star trust. Scaling debuff is Vex and Gloom's identity. Nasa can stay in his lane by slaying more often. I mean, there was a pretty big difference, though, for Gloom and just debuffing their power. Because, like, Nasus, his whole thing is debuffing the enemy's power. That's kind of always been his thing. With, like, your Quicksand and your Exhaust. So I think it's fine for Nasus to have more of that, because he's not touching their health at all. You're not killing the units with this. Unlike Vex, you can't actually kill people with Gloom. This just opens up that your fearsome units can actually get in and get the strike off. So he does have that whole slaying aspect, but reducing enemy stats is also, or reducing their power, is also pretty core to his kit. How about Enfeebling Strike on Nasus? That would be interesting. Enfeebling is a very fun power. You don't have, the best ways to proc it. It would just be your units striking the enemy. Because, like, other than Siphoning Strike, you don't have any way to poke the enemy or any removal. So Enfeebling is normally better when you can use spells or skills to hit the enemy before they can also hit you. But I mean, I wouldn't complain. Enfeebling is really good. Maybe get some kind of gimmick with auto-slaying 0-attack enemies. I mean, Ashe kind of has that with you get scaling when you kill 0-power enemies. But yeah, automatically killing enemies with 0 power is an interesting thought. I kind of doubt they would go that route, though. He gains power from Slay, sure, but his level up and package of cards give vulnerable reduced power and full of fearsome, which makes Nasus Nasus. Even in League, he makes enemies weaker. His W slows movement speed, attack speed. His E reduces resistances. Q and R make him stronger. So yeah, kind of both things are true. He gets stronger, your opponents get weaker. Yeah, I mean, I think it's called Wither. I think his spell, his debuff is called Wither, I think. Which is what both Quicksand and Exhaust... I mean, Exhaust technically is a champion spell. In League, but like Quicksand, this is pretty similar to his spell in League. But yeah, I think it's called Wither. Yes, his W is Wither, as much as I'm aware. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. He also has passive lifesteal for sustain. Yeah, that's kind of one element of his kit that is not brought over at all. which is a little sad, but that would kind of very much change his identity. Would have been cool, though. Wither as a curse that reduces stats per round. Imagine if Nasus had life still in his relic. That'd be good. Kind of doubt it, but it's possible. 1-star disarmed, 2-star disarmed, plus mana, 3-star disarmed, level 2. Yeah, just nothing but reducing down stats. Life Steal is banned from Battle Champions as Warwick. I'm leaving Nasus 3-star. He is more disarmed. Negative 10 attack. I mean, it is pretty fun. Your second star power, reducing them all by 1, and then when Nasus levels, you do it again, and just whatever the enemy plays, they all just get completely shut down. Like, if you're going up against Aurelia, she tries to use her blades, and there's just, they don't have any power. It can be pretty fun just reducing down the entire enemy board's power passively. So if they give him more of that, I'm not going to complain. I mean, hopefully his 4-star is more than just disarmed. Hopefully they make it more interesting than just another -1. I like the idea of every slay equals less attack. Yeah, that could be really nice. Like, honestly, they could even make your 2-star where you start out with nothing, but every time you slay a unit, it's just adding -1 to that aura effect. That would probably be too overpowered, but it could be fun. Isn't there a 7-cost spell for Nasus that reduces attack by 2, deal 2 at the end of the round, kind of like Withering Away? That is his, like, E in the game. His big circle on the ground. So that's, yeah, it's not really his W, his Wither, that's his E, which I forget the name of. Spirit Fire, yeah. So give enemies -2, round end deal 2 to me. So that's just hitting their whole board. And yeah, that's Giant Circle of Death. That's his E from the game. Called the same in League. Oh. We really go for some champion reveals right about now. Oh man, yeah, this is the one thing that always like kind of bothers me, because I've been covering this game for a while now, and it's just the inconsistency of like releases is always a little bit rough, because people are always like, oh, when does something release? It's like, well, normally it releases here. Did you do the 6.5 Nightmare? No, I've not touched the Nightmares yet. I did see its cage match yet again. Kind of rolled my eyes. I was like, oh, figures. But I haven't done any of the Nightmares at the moment. I'd like to order 1 Nasus reveal and a side of fries, please. Yeah. Cage match. So happy to see new mutators. Reveal in 5 minutes copium? Yeah, pretty much. Get rid of cage match. They definitely need to do something so that it cannot show up every single week. Like, throw in some modifier in your code so that, like, once cage match shows up, it can't show up for like another 2-3 weeks. Would Yasuo be good? Potentially, although a lot of your units are probably just going to die. So Yasuo's going to struggle a little bit with the immolation. That's not going to be the best for you. Yeah, that'll be a little rough. Tom Kench, obviously. For this one, honestly, I mean, Kane would kind of get shut down by this for the sense that he'd probably get stat checked. But Kane is really good for the immolation, just healing up your units. Looks like a Caitlyn angle. Honestly, just going for the control route, like going for a Caitlyn, kill all their units, wait till round 5, or the same, go for like a Vex where you don't have to rely on your units, you just rely on your spells. That could also be really, really good. And then you can always just go for Fiddlesticks, because especially if you have him at 6 stars, he just scales up all of his units, that this doesn't even matter. Viego, yeah, another one that has really good scaling, that can be fine. Just played Acelman extremely fast with the Nightmares. We went with full build for tough, always heal with Fury. I hope they'll fix the Sun Disc not leveling Nasus if the board is full. Oh, does that still go on? It's been a while since I've played Nasus. I know that used to happen. I didn't know if they fixed that one yet. I remember there was a while there, like every single patch, it was like, hey, we fixed the Sun Disc. And then it was like, nope, it's still broken, now just in a different way. Trying to level up Neela. What's the relic that would be good against Asol as the only rare epic relic? So for Neela, you really like to go for the Jinx relic if possible. So the loose cannons payload is really nice. When I'm summoned, discard your hand and create that many pow pows. Solid for giving you the pow pows to be able to try to damage and get rid of enemy targets. But since you're discarding all of these with your second star power, right, discard a card, create a copy of it in your deck, so you're not losing the card. It's just getting shuffled into your deck. And then you draw one fleet at next round start. So when you use this, you then draw a whole bunch of cards, which helps your Neela level. You then have a whole bunch of fleeting cards. You can kind of choose what you play. And then all those fleeting cards are going to get discarded, shuffled back in your deck, and you're going to draw more again at next round start. So you have to be careful. You kind of need to stay away from things like Stabilize or Shadow Totem, because you can overdraw, especially like a ton. But normally just having one Neela, if you only summon one of her, loose cannons payload is actually pretty good. So yeah, definitely worth trying out. Corrupt the Star Fragment can be nice. That way you can get your Neela on the board. You can start scaling her up a lot, and you can open up space with this by killing your own units, because sometimes since you're doubling the cards you play, or potentially doubling your units, your board can get pretty full. The Sun Disc will never be fixed canonically. Playing Nasus Adventures, we wait for the news. Possibly. I always hate getting like interrupted in the middle of the adventure. But yeah, it's 12:30. Time to go refresh some more. Let's see if they drop anything. Is Secret Technique good on anyone other than Kayle and Yi? Yes. Secret Technique's good on a lot of people, including Nasus. You can also use it for Poro King. You can use it for... Yeah, you mentioned Kayle. You mentioned Master Yi. It can be fine for Lee Sin. Yeah, Varus. Varus is another good one. There's a solid amount of champions that, yeah, Secret Technique. Ahri, I think it's good for Ahri. Nasus is lost, guys. Hopefully he's a compass or something. I mean, yeah, he's still wandering around the desert. Oh, man. Yeah, it's been a while since we've had to wait this long. Never use Secret Technique on Ahri. She doesn't have more buff spells. So with Ahri, you use it with Hymn of Valor. That's like specifically where you use it for. You don't use it like on its own. What should I keep in mind trying to level Nidalee with my Runeterra champ? Always use your... Yeah, I refreshed a bunch, so nothing came up. Always use Lost Chapter on her, and probably want to start with Crown Guard Inheritance. Try to reroll for Nidalee, she's your most important. Do you guys think we're getting Mel next update? No. I mean, unless they make her Titanic, which is highly unlikely. Yeah, we're not going to get her this month or next month. Because, yeah, since this is a Titanic update, we're, yeah, not going to get her for a while. Nidalee is Shurima, yes. Alright, ad dropped. Apparently no news. I'm going to go hit up the bathroom while we wait, so be right back. Do you guys think the Glory Store is coming out this patch? There's a decent chance of that. I think the Glory Store coming out this patch or next patch is highly likely. Yeah, I would say there's a good chance Glory Store or Shop or whatever it's called comes out soon. Potentially this patch, maybe next. Malphite Galio probably next month is a new champ, I would think. Yes, next month, Malphite and Galio, we have a high likelihood because they were in the poll. Scion could be fun. I think Scion's Titanic. He might be at 7. He maybe he's baseline 7 health. Elder Dragon, another one that I think is a good likelihood. And then Mordekaiser is another one that I think has a pretty high likelihood. Also, Orin, someone mentioned Orin. Let's actually look at Scion. Does he have 7? Oh, he's at 6. So yeah, he's not Titanic at all. So yeah, he's sadly probably not coming, which sucks. Do you think I'll get my final 20 Bandle Shards this month? There's a decent chance from the event. So they often have sometimes, like in the battle pass, random star vessels that could roll for any region, or they'll just have it for a region that's not one of the 2 champions. And then also, as same with the battle pass, sometimes they have ones for different regions. So I think it's relatively likely. Anyone but Mord's miserable for me. I love Mordekaiser. He's the best. Did they say something about Titanics next month? The event is themed around Titanics. And since the event is this month and next month, it kind of only makes sense that we're also going to get Titanic champions next month as well. Give me Malphite and use my old god skin. If they do Malphite, I will probably go buy that skin. That would be nice. Again, we're most likely getting everyone in the poll. Yes, 100%. Mord's kind of bad without the level upgrade with the bonus mana. Mordekaiser is one that does really need his epic relics. Epic relics are really nice. Starforge Gauntlet's fantastic. Disciple of Shadows, also really, really good. I mean, all 3 of these, excellent. So yeah, without having epic relics, Mordekaiser definitely feels a good amount worse. But he's actually not bad. I still have a Mordekaiser video of me taking down the, like, 6.5 ASOL that I'll probably put out at some point. I don't think you can buy that one. It was a battle pass one. I'm not sure. I mean, I think I've bought every battle pass. I guess I can maybe... What skins do I have? Okay, so I have the Empyrean ones because I got the bundle. Yeah, I hope they get... I hope they give us Zed sometime soon because I want to use this skin. I have Coven Ari, Coven Ashe, Coven Evelyn. Always forget about that one. Coven LeBlanc. Apparently I have a Senna skin. Totally forgot about that one. Hey, look, I do have Old God Malphite. So that maybe was a Battle Pass one. Cool. I have a Leona skin. I forgot about this skin. I know I have the Corrupted one. Couple Arc Lights. Storm Dragon. I have a Karma skin. Okay. I knew about the Soul Fighter ones. I normally don't like the skins as much. Oh. Oh, it even comes with icons as well. Yeah, that'll be great. I don't even need to buy this skin. I already have it. Yeah, the Old God and Coven skins are my favorite. Oh, look, I have an Asa skin. And a Xerath one. Huh. Honestly, there's a lot of these that I didn't even realize I had. Because they're pretty much all like Battle Pass skins, because I've just been getting all the Battle Passes. So there's a lot of these I just didn't even realize. I think I've actually used this in a video before, and I still forget that I have it. Oh, cool. Okay, I need to use this at some point. I like the Solar Eclipse Liana more than the other one. Yeah, I kind of forgot I just had that one. I always use like the Corrupted one on her. And for most champions, I don't even check to see if I have skins for them. Yeah, it was the Ashe and LeBlanc one. Yeah, there's an Old God Volibear skin I should... Or not old... Yeah. Old God Volibear that I should probably get at some point. The little PvP I played, I enjoyed playing day-night with Diana and Leona. Kind of sad I missed the Battle Pass Evelyn skin. I mean, I think you can still get through the Emporium. That's like the only way you can get Battle Pass stuff, I think. Is... I guess normally up there. I always get the card back ones, though, for the... pop, like K-pop ones. Kind of expensive in the Emporium, while the Battle Pass is really worth. Yeah, that's true, 100%. Corrupted skin is sick on Pantheon. I guess, yeah, we could just go and look at a bunch of skins. I do look forward to actually being able to play this one. I do think it looks pretty cool. It gets somewhat Darkstar vibes, kind of. Divine Sword Aurelia. They do actually had some pretty good, like, level up cinematics. So it's like they are cool, but yeah, it's like skins just really don't matter as much when you're not like seeing the character model in game or anything like that. Like, it's a lot easier to be wanting to get that when you can actually see it. So for a game like League of Legends, Marvel Rivals, somewhere you can actually see your 3D character model. Yeah, that's... I think for me and a lot of other people, the skins are cool. Oh, right, this is Elder Dragon. I kept thinking this was Aurelian Soul. That's actually pretty interesting. It's like they're pretty cool, but most of the time they're just... They're not worth getting unless you're really just being like, hey, I want to support the game. How can I do that? It's kind of funny that a lot of these are ones that I haven't even really looked at before. Thought it was Acel too. Yeah, I saw this. I was like, oh, Aurelion Sol. And then the very end, I was like, oh, wait, that's not him. Or you really like the champion like me with Arya Morgana. Yeah, like, I will say, though, some of the skins, like the Coven ones, are all really badass. So, like, all of these are really good. I don't really care about the Lunar Eclipse ones, but all the Coven or, like, old God skins, they did a really good job with. It is sad that we're not really going to get more of these in the future. Yeah, I always like my dark and edgy ones. Star Guardian Gwen, best skin. I mean, that is the good thing. Actually, Solar Eclipse Sejuani. Not bad. Yeah, the point for... Oh, Old God. This is another one that I'd probably get at some point. Yeah, unless you're really wanting to support the game, like, I feel like a lot of the skins just aren't really worth getting, sadly. But I think it's difficult for a card game, especially when it is just the skin. Like, I know other games like Marvel Snap, they would have like their like frame break cards, make them a little bit more 3D, try to add some of those like extra elements to it. It makes sense why they didn't really sell too well, even though they are like really solid skins. Although this one, some of these look really cheesy. that was kind of derpy to me. Bloodborne Volibear. Gwent from Witcher had good monetization idea. Similar to our prismatics, you could upgrade any card to make it have a simple animation at the time. You get it for free, but it's just a rarer play. I mean, yeah, adding a little bit of an animation, like here for this Nami one, which I think this is another skin I've never really looked at. If this had like some light shining effects as you hovered over the card, like this would be a perfect one for that. Yeah, some small animation so it wasn't just the card. That could have been pretty cool. Ooh, Corrupted Azir. This Zoe one always did crack me up, though. Corrupted Zoe. Especially with shoving the poor little guy in the portal. Oh well, they were really good quality skins. Sad that we're not going to get any more. I do maybe hope, I don't know if they would do this, but trying to add some of these back into the battle pass, or having some way we could earn these in game. I think some of these could be really cool. So whether that is for a solid reward, or maybe adding these to the glory shop, that could be, yeah, exactly, Tora. Adding some of these in there, so if you're someone like me that is pretty close to a maxed out account, that's like, you know what, I don't really care about getting the epic relics, I've like bought in the ones, or I have most of the champions at 6 stars, especially the ones I care about, and then you show me some of these, like if you add some of the Coven skins into the glory shop, I'm going to choose a Coven skin over getting like a Star Vessel for most champions. It's like, yeah, I'd rather get some of these really cool skins that I really enjoy. So adding some of these in the glory shop to give people something to keep chasing, because I think most people that play this game, even if the skins look really cool, they're not going to buy this over buying like the battle pass or over buying the different champion bundles, because yeah, most players care about the resources, but If these were earnable, that would be awesome. Hello, service. Also, let's refresh. At this point, I think they're probably just waiting until 1 o'clock, which is a little sad. But I am refreshing. See if there was anything. Yep, not seeing anything. Sad, feels bad. Maybe not even skins, but card backs stuff. I want the KDA card backs. I mean, yeah, adding something in the Glory Shop. I don't... When they talked about it and what they showed, I don't think they showed any cosmetics. So I don't know if we're going to do that, but that would be really nice if they could add some of those in. Card backs, skins, any of that into the Glory Store, that while we are playing the game, doing the monthly challenges, doing our weekly nightmares, we can then be earning those skins. Because the thing is, with the shop, while we are getting them for free by just playing the game, you're keeping people playing the game longer. The more that people play the game, the more likely they are to try to get a battle pass, try to get a bundle. So I think adding some of those skins in there would only help, I think. Would you be able to ask about skins in the future interview? Would be really nice. Possibly. Like, asking about if that stuff can get in the Glory Store, probably be something I would do. Yeah, like right now I haven't scheduled any interviews just because my life in the background is pretty crazy with moving to a new house. But potentially that would be, yeah, something I'd want to ask. Skins and friends that sit on the board, whatever they're called. Companions, I think? Guardians. That's probably the word, yeah. I think Ruteria is a better place, so they could add some skins sometimes. I kind of doubt they're going to do that. For one, they have a very small team, and I don't know if they really have any artists left. I mean, they could, yeah, contract that out and try to get some people to make them some more. I just don't think that is as likely. I think even if they technically could, they're probably going to try to put those resources to just improving the actual gameplay. I have corrupted Nasus in my Emporium. Riot hinting. Giving more skins in LoR when they lower the amount of skins in League would be hurting their PR too much. Yeah, there's been some pretty bad PR recently. It's been a little rough. Felt a bit bad. All right, 10 minutes copium. Oh, they gotta release it at some point. Yeah, I'm excited about the Glory Store, and I think even if things like the skins aren't in there at launch, especially if we bring it up to Riot, I think that's something we could get in there eventually, because I don't really think it's going to hurt their overall sales, because the amount of skins people are buying right now is probably almost next to nothing. I already bought the corrupted Nasus a week ago since he is guaranteed. I mean, hopefully guaranteed. He's the only one that makes sense. League has been doping really about free to play. I can't even defend them anymore. It's just freaking bad right now. Yeah, I watched the Necrit video about it, and it's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here, but none of that matters because everyone's just going to talk about the chests, which it does seem really bad to try to get rid of them. Just they normally added the chests kind of when I was stopping playing. I hopped on a couple times here and there when the chests were actually in the game, but the chance you would actually get something from a chest you actually cared about, or something that you were actually going to spend money on, because that's the big thing. you might get a skin from a chest that you like, that you enjoy, but it's like, what are the chances you were actually going to buy that skin if you didn't get it? The vast majority of the time, that's going to be nothing. You're not actually going to buy that skin, even if you enjoy it. And then the issue is the chests give a reason for people to keep playing more than just enjoying playing the game. And so keeping people playing the game longer means they're more likely to spend money on it. So it's like, it doesn't seem like the best idea. Nasus is the only Wanderer of the Desert. You can stretch Talia or Kaisa, but they already at 6 stars. The best champion would either be Not or Pyke, but Pyke already has 6 stars, so basically just those two. Yeah, for no one else really makes sense. Sivers from a nomadic tribe. Is everyone forgetting Jax? I mean, Jax and Sivir, neither one of them are Titanic. And we know that one of them is a new champion and one of them is an existing champion. So yeah, still none of those really work. They fired a bunch of devs and artists last year too. Whole thing just stinks of greed higher up in meddling. The thing it really reminds me of is just for a lot of game companies, they start out, they're focused on just making a really good game. They're like notoriously, I guess notorious is kind of the wrong word, but they're renowned for being great places to work. And just, they have all this positive press, but then they kind of succeed so much that it kind of turns to them just focusing on money and kind of moving away from the passion of just making good games. Like, you can kind of see this happening with Bungie. Bungie used to be a great developer when they were actually making Halo, but a lot of the stuff they've done with Destiny, and especially recently, absolutely terrible. Like, it's insane how greedy that game has gotten. I think you could also say this with like Blizzard. Blizzard used to be fantastic. Potentially CD Projekt Red. I know they kind of had a falling from grace, but I'm not as familiar with them as much. And over the past couple years, it kind of seems like Riot is kind of heading that place as well, where it used to be one of those companies that like everyone was like, oh, this is great, fantastic place to work, this is all fantastic, they're just focusing on making really good games, putting the player first. But then it just hits the point where it's like, you're not really cared about the games as much, your now care and focus is making money, where it's like, if you focus on making a good game, the money will come with that. But after seeing the news recently of the chests, and then you have like, yeah, all the layoffs previously, that's kind of what it's just reminded me of, is Riot's kind of transition or fall from grace from being one of the best companies in the industry to maybe not necessarily being that anymore, which is sad, especially for me, because it's like, I directly cover one of their games as like my job right now, so it's like, that's not the best. But I mean, I will say, from my interaction with all the devs, absolutely fantastic. Love the actual people there. So no hate on any of the actual developers. And even the people that, I feel bad for the guys that had to make this announcement for the video about the chests. So nothing bad about any of the developers. I think this is all just the higher ups in the company that are kind of making decisions to help the bottom line and not really caring about the human element or anything like that. Yeah, the devs are not the problem. Are we getting a new game mode like Legends of Arcane? We're getting a new event. How that's going to work, we don't know. I'm going to assume that we're going to get new adventures similar to Legends of Arcane. What exactly we're getting, though, we don't know yet. The best thing to do in times of company greed is, yeah, devs are great. Love the games they're working on, but higher ups, company itself, those people you hate on, yeah. I just don't want anyone to perceive anything possibly negative I'm saying against actually the devs, because the devs are great. I mean, it also kind of sucks for them because it's like, this is the game they're working on, but they've already seen like so many of their friends get fired and have to leave the company. And so it's like, they're still around, but they're, yeah, probably not as happy about their position currently. Yeah, big patch happening on Wednesday. Helldiver's doing great until Sony tried to force PSN signups to look good. I have very mixed feelings on Helldivers. Helldivers, I play it almost every day. I play it with my wife. It's a game we have fun playing together. Have a very fun time with it. Great game. But it is a game that you think they should be releasing content more often because it's a live service game. It's this evolving world. And it seems like every couple weeks you think they should change something, whether like, oh, this week there's a new game mode because something's happening in the galactic map, or like, oh, here's new stratagem, new weapon. Every couple weeks, just changing something. But the issue is, you'll go months and pretty much nothing changes. And you're like, please just add something. Yeah, also they nerfed the game. They nerfed, like, I stopped playing for like 6 months because they just kept nerfing everything. And so I didn't come back until the buff patch. So yeah, I quit for 6 to 9 months, somewhere in that range. Yeah, that was a bad time. It was rough seeing a company that had like the full player support, like overwhelmingly, and then like every single patch they just like kept nerfing all of the fun, and so it was just seeing the entire community sentiment kind of turn on them. 2-minute copium? Yes. Is Rek'Sai Titanic? No, I don't think so. I'll go and check here, but I think she has 5 to 6 health. Yeah, 6 health, so she is not Titanic. It would be funny, though, if we're all thinking about Nasus. Although, again, Rek'Sai doesn't work because we know it's one new champion and one existing champion. And, like, Nautilus is the only person that makes sense for the new champion. So it's like it has to be an existing Shurima champ, which, again, Nasus is, like, the only one that works. Nasus identifies as Titanic. He's 3/3, but normally when you play him, he's Titanic. So yeah, technically, he's not Titanic baseline. Yeah, Nasus just like fits the theme of Titanic, but yeah, he's the only one, yeah, not going to use Starforge gauntlets on. All right, less than a minute, hopefully. Job of Lob. There's probably a bunch of different words in there that I'm missing. I was gonna say job. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, it is time to refresh. Please have something this time. We've waited like 2 hours. Oh, man. Maybe they're doing this because it wants to start closer to like the patch time tomorrow, because I think the patch notes come out at like 2. Also, by this going off later, that means we're going to reduce the time or delay the time we start tomorrow. All right, so refreshing, still not seeing anything. I'm genuinely surprised at this point. I really thought that at the latest it would come out at 1. Come on, you can do it. I'm going to sleep. Noon Pacific? I mean, hopefully not. Normally, Normally it's not that late. Exactly when they post stuff when you give up. Same, most adventurers can't produce enough units to get Nasus to a Sun Disk upgrade. Yeah, hopefully they change that. We'll have to see. Alright. I'm stopping and refreshing. Oh, man. Is there a bot or something that can ping here when a new post or something on X? I mean, you can put on notifications on your X or Twitter account. That'll give you a notification when, yeah, like if you follow Legends of Runeterra, and then they, I think, have like a bell. Yeah, you can turn on a little bell to turn on notifications. That's what I do. But we don't have one in chat that does that automatically. Yeah, it is true. You can slay your own units, and I think Nasus is just any units that are slain, not just enemies. Once you've slain 10 units, restore the Sun Disk. So yeah, any units can count for this. That's one reason why Disciple of Shadows is pretty good. We can post links in chat, right? Because I'm going to post leak stuff on Reddit. I want to drop links in here for you. Was stuff already leaked on Reddit? Yeah, if something's leaked, you can post it, but try to, yeah, not say exactly what it is and give the caveats, oh, it's going to be tomorrow. Yeah, you can, that's fine. Yeah, all the data mining normally happens like in the morning or the night when the game gets updated. I mean, most of the stuff, normally what happens in the evening tonight is I'm constantly trying to look at the Reddit or also my Discord where people post stuff and try to have all of that ready where we can discuss it. Where Nasus, exactly. When is reveal? Who knows at this point? Who knows? Oh, man. Yeah, posting links in chat, as long as it's not something you know you shouldn't be posting, then it can be fine. It's so tilted. Yeah, it's been a while. At this point, I'm being stubborn. It's like, all right, we're just gonna keep going. Oh, man. Ori Seagull. Pretty sure that's gonna be wrong, but you know what? I like it. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Nasus is ageless. Time works differently for him. That's why no reveal yet. I mean, yeah, I'm a little worried. They said it was coming out today. Time is a construct. Easy. Yeah, today was supposed to be like a shorter stream where it's like we wait for a bit, stuff comes out, we talk about it over the course of like probably like 11 to 12. So having like an hour-long stream where we discuss all the star powers and everything. Oh, man. The wheel never starts turning. Right, never stops forgetting to post updates. It's just like 20 minutes, just play through one with Nasus. I mean, we might get to that point. I do like reading all of chat, though. It is fun discussing, I mean, a lot of different things. Not to bother Lo, but maybe message her next time. I mean, yeah, I don't want to... It's not like she... It's not like she is forgetting. I'm sure they have some reason. Now, whether that's because they're like finishing up some graphics or animations. I'm sure there's a reason that it's taken a while to come out. I love speaking. People are fun to spend time with in chat. Yeah, it's pretty good. Nasus ate my patch notes. I mean, yeah, that'll be tomorrow. Oh. I'll talk about Nasus. Let's talk about Nasus. I still think he's annoying to play with all the possible toss mechanics. I mean, Nautilus? My Nasus is level 21. Maybe I should level him. Probably wouldn't hurt. In before the Shurima Deserter fast. I think Nautilus will be fun to play. I mean, some people won't like the toss mechanic, but with every champion that's added to the game, I want it to play very differently and feel very different than every other champion. So for me, for a champion to be kind of a success, it's just, are they bringing something new to the table? Do they feel different to play? And if they feel different than the existing roster, even if they're not that strong, it's still a success for me. Because for me, not every champion needs to be overpowered. I just want to be able to have a different play experience with this champion, have different builds and things that can actually work with them. And that's really what I'm looking for. So toss is going to be something that is very different than everything else we have. Because yeah, we have ways to mill the enemy, but this is really trying to mill ourselves. And I look forward to it. This is something I've actually been asking for a very long time. Like, I know when the game kind of first came out, I was hoping we would get either Maokai or Nautilus, because trying to think through all the different sort of play patterns or like decks that we have in like the PvP side of the game, I was like, okay, what do we not have over here in PvE? And Toss was always one of those ones that's a pretty big type of play pattern or deck, play style that we just never really had. So I've been looking forward to this for a while. I'm recently digging quite a bit into a bit for Warwick. 5-star felt really good on him. His scaling is so unique. Yeah, I love Warwick. Warwick is a lot of fun. I wish he had more unique cards, but he is one of my favorite champions to play. They did a really good job with him. Yeah, disappointed there's no voice lines, disappointed there's no cinematic, all of that, 100% true, but he is still a lot of fun to play. I'm a simple man, I just like sea monsters. Yeah, same. I love the big, scary monster decks. Weird. That's a very weird message to get modded. Huh. I don't know why that would be the case. Personally, I prefer Formidable rather than Toss deck. I mean, we're potentially going to get Formidable next patch, hopefully. Like, Galio has a high likelihood of coming out next patch. Warwick item and upgrades are great as well. Yeah, Warwick is a lot of fun. I also like that Warwick has like a 3rd rank to his star powers. There we go. Like, I like that his 6-star is the 3rd rank of his like 1st and 3rd star. I think that's pretty fun. And as long as they keep making it a little bit different with a special like extra element, it's something I don't mind seeing more in the future. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Nasus with Victor plus Chosen and double stat spell. Echoing Nasus is a double-edged sword. Yeah, you can have bad draw where you kind of brick your deck because you only have Nasus and you can't play anything else. That definitely can happen. Normally, if that's the case, when you're playing Nasus, you try to reroll any of your Nasus from your opening hand because you don't want to get too many. But yeah, it can be an issue. Yeah, Elder Dragon coming out would be pretty fun. I got Ashe and Acel as first encounter. Size and pain and loss. Getting Ashe, yeah, she does suck. She normally just drags out the game to the point where you run out of cards and lose. Oh, man. It is interesting to think of how far the game has come since it first came out. There's been a lot of dark days for the game. Like going 3 months before getting any sort of update. But getting an update every single patch is pretty great now. Got a service error and the game closed. I see the issue with Neela. I run out of cards so quick. You do draw a lot, so you definitely need to be careful with that. But after, like... You can accidentally mill yourself in, like, the first match. But normally it's not too bad, especially since they fixed her second star. The correct way to play Nasus is not to play him at all. Hopefully this patch will change that. I mean, I have high hopes for him. I'm optimistic. Nasus really disarmed their X account, apparently. Yeah, some of the regions that do need to get some love is definitely Freljord. So I wouldn't be surprised if we did get Ornn next patch. Because we're getting Bilgewater and we're getting Shurima. And right now, Shurima only has 2 6-star champions. Bilgewater also has only 2 6-star champions. So they're doing that, which is great because, yeah, both of those regions need more. And then I think the other regions... So Demacia only has 2. Although... Wait. Oh, so this is 6 stars that I have. Demacia only has 2 because technically Morgana is Targon. So if we got Galio next time, that would be pretty good. Next month. And then, yeah, Freljord also only has 2. So getting like Ornn and Galio next month would make a lot of sense. My prediction is Malphite or Galio plus Ornn. Yeah, that would be nice. Is Udyr Titanic? No. Wish Neela would have at least quick attack. In addition to Brass, she just struggles to justify using it over other Brass draw decks. Yeah. Yeah, Trundle, I don't think is Titanic baseline. I guess, yeah, Ornn isn't either. I guess that's a good point. Ornn is, like, technically 5'5" or 6'6". He feels Titanic, but yeah, that is true. Where do you think is the best place to level Nasus? I feel like Fizz is too harsh for him. I feel like Fizz actually is potentially the best because you get your sorcery and you can try to use your champion spell as much as possible. So if you take the right route through Fizz, I think you can be okay. Yeah, Poppy does suck though. All right, 1:15. Time to, once again, refresh and hope that they post something. Still nothing. Fantastic. Well then, this is going well. I guess we're going to be healed here too. Possibly. I mean, I think it's probably going to be 130 or 2. Probably not 115. There's a chance at 130 because I could see them tomorrow wanting to be at 130 and then patch notes at 2. That means tomorrow we're probably not going to start stream until after 1. Oh, man. Is there a good setup for the red Poro fight? Played it once, I think, but it was completely luck. Not sure which adventure you're talking about, but I've done it a couple times on all the different ones. It just depends on how strong you're feeling your champion is. I mean, Nasus is one that can do pretty well into Poros because you can get a lot of extra slays and try to scale up very quickly. Or rather than a quick attack, that Neela would destroy the Nexus or her scaler Nexus at 1 HP. Yeah, it'd be nice for her to have something a little bit more. Did you read on stream the post about the events? Technically, no. I don't think I ever did. But sure, we can grab that here. All right, so this was posted on the Reddit. This is by Dirtle. We've interviewed him like 2 or 3 times before. So, been seeing the discourse over the fate of the Arcane maps. Wanted to fill you on in a little bit more about our plans for the event maps going forward. We hope to have events like Legends of Arcane rerun in the gaps between future events. So if you don't know, it's supposed to be 2 months on, 1 month off. So maybe for that 1 month off, we're getting reruns of previous events. That could be pretty good. So we pretty much have events every month, kind of. But at which point the event layers will become permanent features to the game. So expect the Legends of Arcane maps to return later this year. Awesome. I know that this patch has been light as we recover from the dense roadmap in the back half of last year, but we have a new event coming in our next 2 patches with a bunch of new maps. So we are getting essentially new adventures. We don't know anything about them yet. I think that you're very much going to enjoy. And then part of this is blocked off by my head, but I hope this additional context helps. Looking forward to hearing what you all think about the events this year. So here it just says that it's going to be the events coming. And then here it says future looms large. And then they said somewhere that's going to be Titanic. I forget where that is. Yeah, I'm gonna look to see where they said that, because I remember them saying that. Lope said Titanic events. Okay, here we go. Alright, so hello, this upcoming patch will mark the first event of the year, Titans of Runeterra. We're also temporarily shifting our marketing look to a newspaper comic style aesthetic to match our epic adventures ahead. Happy starts to spoiler season. So yeah, she said Titans of Runeterra. Also, for just fun fact, so I've talked with her several times, and her name, just so you know, it's pronounced like Penelope. So this was one that before the interview that I had with her, I thought it was like Penelope is how you were supposed to pronounce it. And then she was like, no, that's actually not how it is. It's closer to, it's like Penelope. At least I believe that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. So then I said that during the interview. I introduced her as Penelope, and then I had a whole bunch of comments being like, actually, I think you pronounced that wrong. It's supposed to be Penelope. And I was like, no, it's not. I know you think that, but it's not. So, random aside, that was, yeah, pretty funny that I made sure I was pronouncing it correctly, and then everyone in the comments thought I was pronouncing it wrong. But fun fact about some of the people that work on the game. Oh, man. Titans would include Ornn. I mean, it could. Titans, like, especially since we're pretty sure that Nasus is going to be the new champion, because that's the only champion that makes sense. And Nasus is a 3-3. So it's like, Titans of Runeterra doesn't technically mean they have to be Titanic. I think that's generally what they're going to be, but if it's like a Titanic themed champion like Ornn that is massive and that's like a god of Freljord, it could work. Actually, yeah. The envelope. Maybe the map will be 2 updates, 2 months. So we know the event is going to be happening over 2 months because that's just the way it works. What they did last time was all of the adventures were released with the first month, and the second month we just got new rewards for them. So potentially they're going to do that again this time. Maybe they'll just release like half the maps and then the other half next time. Any PvP news? There's been no news at all currently today. So no. I don't think there's going to be any PvP news regardless. But so far, we've been waiting about 2.5 hours and no news has dropped at all. So yeah, at the time, news is a myth. Which is hilarious because like I try to delay my streams so that they start closer to whenever news actually comes out. So it's like we've been waiting 2.5 hours. That was after delaying my stream like another hours. No news is good news. D to doubt, yeah. Oh man. I mean, Copium, maybe something is going to drop in 6 minutes. Who knows? Tomorrow news will drop at like 9 a.m. I mean, yeah, that would kind of suck. Of like planning on delaying my stream and like, oh crap, everything's already dropped. I have to go live. They take your stream start as a delay to start? I mean, apparently, yeah. Because this normally would be the issue is I would start at normal stream starts time, then wait like 2 hours before anything dropped. It's like, I should have just started closer to when it releases. Oh, man. At least it's been fun. Honestly, the 2.5 hours has relatively flown by. Considered we've done kind of nothing. That's always the worst, though. People are always like, when do patch notes drop? It's like, your guess is as good as mine, because it's always different. Which is always the worst, because people are like, you stream or you make content this game like full time, you should know when things launch. It's like, you would think so. So we're waiting for the full hour. I mean, they could drop them in 5 minutes. They could. I think that the patch notes now are, they're trying to be more consistent with it, and they're dropping them at 2 o'clock Eastern time. So maybe they want the champion reveal to happen at 1:30, and then patch notes happen at 2. Because I don't think they want to drop the champion reveal at the same time as the patch notes. So in 5 minutes, they might drop the champion reveal. Maybe. But yeah, we have no idea. I told you to play quick Nasus Dimension in the waiting room. I mean, yeah, but I'm having fun talking with chat. I don't really want to have to focus on something else. for the record, I left to get groceries and just came back and it still hasn't dropped. Yeah. Oh. Unironically, I survived through the first 2 Fizz encounters. I mean, that's good. Fizz can be... He can be a pain sometimes. The big thing is getting through Poppy. Poppy's annoying. I'm still at getting groceries. Oh, something really exciting for the house. So probably most of you know, because I have talked about it a bunch on stream, is we're working on moving into a new house. And I've been trying to get the internet set up. So it's like, there's technically internet over there, but it's way less than what we're paying for. It's been a whole hassle. But Fiber, a company that does fiber optic cable, just got started here, or they just got it hooked up. So it wasn't supposed to be active yet. It wasn't going to be active till like the end of February. But they got it done early, so it just got turned on. And so I scheduled an appointment, and we're going to get fiber optic cable set up to my new house. So I'm going to be getting like way better internet speeds. So before, for the other company, I was paying like their highest amount possible, which was for like 1 gigs. And I had to pay extra to have unlimited like data. And so pretty rough, but I was trying to do that to be able to help the stream, because sometimes stream quality can dip, because right now my internet's not the best. So I didn't want that to happen anymore. I want to be able to have the best stream quality possible, especially if we play other games, because normally my internet connection hates it anytime I play another game. So I was like, yeah, paying for the best possible plan, had to pay extra for data. But now this other fiber optic cable is like, you can get twice the amount, so I can get 2 gigs for less than I was paying before. You have guaranteed like unlimited, and so I'm super excited. By the time we move in, yeah, we should have the fiber optic up and running, and it's gonna be massive. The last time fiber optic tech came over to install, he unplugged my freezer for some reason. I don't know why they would possibly do that. That's really weird. Yeah, I mean, hopefully our guy doesn't do that. But yeah, I'm excited because fiber has always been what I've wanted, but where I live, it's not a big enough city for them to have it. And it's finally moving in, so awesome. Maybe your freezer's the router. Oh, that's another thing. So normally I've been having to buy my own router and modem and work on getting that set up because I don't like to rent it from the company. But with this place, they provide the router and modem, and they don't charge us for it, so we just get to use it like for free or as part of our normal cost. They're not actually trying to charge us every month. So after struggling for like the past month working with the company, this has been pretty nice. It's 129, so it's about to roll over to 130. We'll try to refresh. Currently, no, there hasn't been any new champion yet. Living conditions in the US as a middle-class person is so shit. I'm so sorry for you. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. Because I know I probably have some people from Europe that might genuinely be saying that. And then I have other people that are like from third world countries that would be saying that very sarcastically. So I have no idea if you're genuine or not. I mean, it can always be better and it can always be worse. I'm not complaining. Alright, it's 1:30. I am refreshing, trying to see if maybe they post. What are your thoughts on Runeterra ranked PvP? I'm sad it's not getting supported, but I understand why. From what I hear, there's still an active enough community, so there's still a decent amount of people. Like, if you try to queue up for it, there's a decent amount of people playing, so you don't have to wait too long for queues. So I'm glad that you can still play it, even though it's not being supported. Is LoR dead? Whole game on Twitch is 120 views. This guy's 104. Oh, wait, I need to allow that message. Sorry, the word view is... You get auto-modded because of bots that come in. LoR is not dead, but Twitch isn't really the best metric for it. Most people, people normally want to watch PvP over PvE, and not many people are streaming that do PvP. So the game is, yeah, for Twitch, it's not fantastic. It's not great, but I think there's still a lot of people playing it. It's just, it's generally a single player game now, and so people aren't watching it as much. All right, refreshed a bunch. It's 10 or it's 31, and yeah, still don't see anything. As a person with a middle class income, it's pretty comfortable here, and products and services are pretty decent. Where did you say you're from? Technically in a third world country, in Vietnam specifically. All right, good to know. A little update is getting delayed, or exact time would be nice. I mean, yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, I know I have people from all over the world that watch. So yeah, it's like, no, it's gonna be very, very different what people think. Yeah, for some reason, I never really watched Majin Bay. Although, also for me, I never really, I actually watched YouTubers back in the day for Runeterra, even though I never really played PvP. But yeah, here's one I never really watched too much of. I did like Grappler. I would watch him a little bit more. But yeah, most of the PvP players all moved away, or all the PvP streamers. I think there's still a lot of people playing, but for the bigger streamers, if the game's not being supported, you're not getting new cards, then it makes sense to try to jump ship. So it makes sense. But yeah, since most people care more about PvP and watching PvP, and most people that are playing a single player game don't care as much about watching streams or things like that, it makes sense that on Twitch, yeah, LoR is not in a good spot. It's a vicious cycle, because since there aren't big streamers as much because they all moved to other games, then there's going to be less people watching, and then since there's less people watching, there's less people that are going to try to make content, and so it's kind of a vicious cycle. Path of Champions is more wholesome than PvP, though. I mean, I'd say generally, just because you're not trying to fight other people. I started my LoR content with Swim, but well, so I ended up with Grapplers, Sunny, and Toast. I mean, yeah, I always enjoyed... Swim was my favorite. It wasn't until later I found out that there was reasons he stopped making content. But yeah, Swim was always my favorite. It's also that card games are more niche. Action, RPG, single-player games will always be more watched. Yeah. Path of Champions is hard to make content every day. I mean, a bit, especially if you're streaming. Because, yeah, streaming, you kind of run out of stuff to do. Which is why, when we get to the new house and we have, better internet connection, we're probably going to do more variety streams. We're still going to stream Path of Champions, but we'll probably try out other things as well. I would like to be able to branch out, and I tried to previously. It's just anytime I'd stream something else, my stream would have terrible quality, and so obviously no one wants to watch that when you have terrible quality, and so it's okay, not bothering with that. But having really good internet will change that. So I really like roguelikes. So that's probably going to be a lot of stuff. Different indie games. Couldn't help myself to Grappler's stream persona. I bet he's a nice guy, but to catch the hype, he was becoming too cringe for me. I mean, that's the thing with a lot of people. For me, I'm the type of person that I try to be relatively the same person I am in like real life, obviously you're like trying to be more professional, whatnot. But I'm also not someone that gets overly like excited or hyped about things. Like I'm not the type of person that's ever gonna like scream, yell, jump out of my chair. I mean, like maybe that'll happen for when this actually gets revealed finally. But yeah, for some like people that overact kind of like that, that's not gonna sit well with some people. Some people really like that. They like having someone on stream that's super energetic, hyper, and there's different streamers for everyone. So yeah, there's some people that even if you would like their content, they kind of rub you the wrong way, or you just can't get over a certain feature, and that's kind of the way it is for everyone. And I'm sure there's some people that don't really like the way I make content, or they just don't like my voice or whatnot, and that's always the way it is. You can't please everyone. Rogue Adventures is fun, class and card-based roguelike. I actually don't play that many other card-based roguelikes. Kind of ironically. I mean, there's people that unironically like Tyler 1. I mean, yeah, exactly. There's ones like that that's like I would never personally watch. Although I've actually not ever watched Tyler 1, but I think he's calmed down a lot more than he used to. I think he used to be probably a lot more cringe. But again, I haven't actually watched any of his stuff, so I don't even know. I like chill, respectful YouTubers. That's why I like watching you. Yeah, like I'm always going to have much more chill vibes. Because for me, if I was going to be like yelling or screaming or any of that, it would be very much an act, because I'm just not that type of person. Hey, it's me from the future. Nasus 6-star is summon all ascended champions. I mean, the funny thing is, like, if any of that does actually happen, it's like, was that person leaking something? I'll try to remember your name. So in the future, it's like, oh, it's the prophet. He knows. If you need something to do, you can always review the weekly champion builds from Sarah on Reddit. Yeah, that's true. I've seen a lot of those. Toast, do you know what you would like to stream? Or the secret? There's gonna be a couple different things. So, for one, I'm finally gonna bite the bullet and start actually taking some sponsorships. I've been trying to do, or like kind of go without it for like a really long time, but since I have a pretty small channel overall, while I do make money from it, it's not really enough to like fully support myself. So it's like, all right, we'll do sponsor streams every once in a while. So that's one thing. So I can finally, because like I am buying a lot of 6-stars and stuff, trying to support this as much as possible. So that's one thing. The other is just anytime there's a game that I'm excited about playing. So like Doom the Dark Ages, that's coming out in like May. I think that game's gonna be really fun. I'm gonna want to play that game. Since I'm already playing it, that's something that maybe I'll just stream it, maybe like the week before. It's like, hey, let's play Doom 2016, play Doom Eternal as like a build up to it maybe. So just anytime there's a game that's like, I'm really excited about this, I would want to play this anyways. I plan on playing it anyways. But then there'd also be potentially small indies, roguelikes. One of my favorite genres of game is the like $5 game on stream or on Steam that you get like tons of hours of gameplay from, such as like Halls of Torment, Dead Must Die, the Vampire Survivors. Like those type are a lot of fun, and so potentially playing some of those. I'm some hype for Dark Ages. That shield looks badass. Yes, I was someone that really liked 2016, but I didn't really like Doom Eternal. And so being able to, I like the philosophy they're going for with Doom Dark Ages. The fact that you're not trying to like be a ninja jumping all around the map. You're trying to stand and fight using the shield to parry enemies and like shredding through giant hordes. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. And kind of a return to form. Because, yeah, I've played, like, all of the recent Doom ones. They're all good, but Doom Eternal just... I didn't like the direction overall with it. But Dark Ages looks great. Death Must Die, yeah, that one was a lot of fun. Haven't played in a couple months, but it was pretty good. Might Be Dead or something, the game doesn't get updates. Exactly, that's like, I played it a bunch, and I like getting the early access ones. It's like, oh, this is great. I'll pick it up in like 6 months, play all the new updates. Game hasn't gotten a lot of updates though, which is sad. No reveals yet. Sadly, no. We've been waiting for 2 hours and 46 minutes. Yeah, sadly no. I really got into Doom as a younger dude. I don't really feel the Dark Ages vibe, to be honest, to be fair. This new roguelike called Sworn looking good. Huh, I haven't looked at that one. I've never seen that. Is Hades as good as people say? Yes. I haven't played Hades 2, which honestly, Hades 2 is something I could play on stream, potentially. Hades is good. I kind of don't personally like the playstyle of, like, never getting hit. Like, in Hades, you have very limited options to heal, and so you do not want to get hit at all. You get really punished for that. So the gameplay of Hades is really good. The art is fantastic. The story is great. Voice acting, everything is top notch. I just kind of don't like the gameplay style of play perfectly, don't get hit at all. That's not as fun for me. But overall, still, it's a really good game. Would you play Slay the Spire? Possibly. I have dabbled in it here or there, but I've never beaten it or done anything like that. It's like Hades Sworn. I mean, it's very much like Hades. Oh, is that the game that's the, like... King Arthur. Is it like King Arthur styled Hades? I have seen about that, if that's what you're talking about. Have you ever seen BlazBlue Entropy? It's a roguelike that's full of combos. Yes, I've actually briefly played that one on stream. That was a game that the developers just sent me a code for. They're like, hey, we want you to test out our game. So I did like a test stream once playing it. And I was potentially going to play it more on stream. It's been a while, but it was actually one that, yeah, I thought was pretty good. Yeah, I was kind of surprised. So I might actually play that one more, but it was... I was pretty impressed with it. I got a huge update. Oh, I'll have to, yeah, check that out at some point. I guess you played Inscription. Any thoughts about it? I actually didn't. I definitely saw it, and it's one that I've thought about, but I haven't actually played it. Realm of Ink was a pretty good Hades clone. I mean, honestly, if I start doing variety streams, and if people actually like it, like if... I know anytime I'm going to do a variety stream, my viewers is going to tank, because obviously people watch me for the champions, so I get why. But if we actually get relatively good viewership and it's something people like, then I would maybe add a channel in Discord where it's like, hey, suggest a game you want me to play. Other people could like upvote it potentially, and maybe I'll just go through and play games people recommended. We'll see. I'd recommend Wantless if you want a tactic roguelike experience where you are a doctor of the mind. Interesting. There's Raven's Watch you might be interested in. I think I've seen that one. I haven't played it, but I think I've seen it. Spicy plays something else. Viewers wear Sprout the Champions. Exactly. Like, forgot the V word. Yeah. Yeah, anytime someone says viewers or view, anything like that, it's gonna get auto-modded just to try to keep out the bots that try to be like, hey, you should buy views. Yeah. You got more potentials during run, the thing to unlock combos. Nice. Are you into good indie story-driven games? It depends on what you mean. If it's like a walking simulator, then no. If it's a good indie game that happens to have a really good story, then yeah, that's great. But normally for indie games, it's gameplay first and story second. Best viewers at this and that site. Yeah, pretty much. It's like there's always bots coming in. All right, it's 45 or got past 45, so another 15-minute breakpoint. I'll refresh. I don't think there's anything. Hopefully 14 minutes and we get something. Copium. You should try Bloons. 6 new roguelike modes. Bloons Card Storm. It's a really good game. Inscription. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. It's just never really had the time. Yeah, it's one I've always been interested in. It just normally, yeah, never really was like, I should buy and play this game right now. But it's something I definitely could play on stream, potentially. Yeah, there's some games in general, or indie games, where it's like, oh, it has a really, really good story, but if it's just like reading, or it's just like a point-and-click adventure, or a walking simulator, any of those, I don't think that's going to be enough for me. I know people do like those, but yeah, for me, it's like, I don't know about that. Are you going to play Arena when it comes back? If you're talking about League of Legends, then no. I haven't really touched League in a long time. In January or December, my shop bugged, and I was able to buy 2 golden reliquaries. The first one didn't pop up. And I did get the epic relic in my inventory. Anyone else got that? Yes. People have been able to get lucky and have that happen pretty much since the beginning. We are role-playing what leads to Renekton's madness. Renekton was my first main in League... Well, my first main for ranked. He's the first person I got to play, or gold with, was Renekton. So yeah, Renekton top. Good memories. Every roguelike streamer must play the Binding of Isaac at some point. I think I've opened that game and played it very briefly, but like probably less than half an hour. Or I could also be confusing it with a different game. It's Hades-like gameplay. Like, I know, yeah, it was one of like the first ones. Oh, don't get hit. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, those ones, they can be fun, but it's just not my normal go-to. But Isaac is not as fast. Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, Hades, it can be fun, but there just gets sometimes so much on screen. And it's like, you get one hit, it's like, great. Oh, man. All right, there's a couple people. Sold Bold? Yeah, I think so. And Pinefin Ho? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome to the stream where we mispronounce names. Not intentionally, generally. I quite like Curse of the Dead Gods instead of Hades, because it was much slower. That's another one that I think I got for free on like PlayStation or maybe Amazon Prime or somewhere. I got it for free somewhere, and it was like, played it very briefly, but it seemed like, oh, like another roguelike. I just didn't have the time to get invested in it, sadly. What's the music I'm hearing? Is it Path of Champions music? Because it's pretty good and chill. Never stayed on the screen for so much time. Yes, this is just the normal default Path of Champions music. And that's, yeah, kind of partially why we have it open, even though they're not really doing too much. Any chance of those giving us 2 constellations today? No, they have one scheduled for today, allegedly. And the other one scheduled for tomorrow. So yeah, today they said we're getting the Constellation, which means we should be getting Nasus. 9 minutes, surely? I mean, yeah, if it doesn't drop in 9 minutes, I don't know if I'm going to keep streaming. It's like, I am genuinely surprised it hasn't already dropped. Like, yeah, I'm kind of going crazy here. Maybe they're waiting for you to do a Nasus cosplay. Oh, man. Copium, this is it? I mean, hopefully. Play a game of Nasus, hopefully it shows up. Oh, man. Yeah, hopefully it'll be interesting to see what they do with Nasus. What do you guys think? What are the odds they actually adjust his first 3 star powers? I'm thinking there's a good chance they adjust the second star power, but I think it's like a 40%. So like more than likely they're just going to leave it as is. And then hopefully maybe they'll adjust his starting deck. I think starting deck, I have a high likelihood that they adjust the items, and then less likely that they actually change some of them. I kind of hope they get rid of Xenotype Researcher. That's kind of the one that stands out the most, and I'm like, not really a huge fan. Most of the other ones I can deal with. It will most likely be Boon of the Ascended, 3 for the 5 or 6 star. The second was already adjusted, but for worse. Might take out the Sun Disk stuff. It has historically been problematic. Yes, it's pretty hilarious how many bugs this 1 star power caused. If they took out the Sun Disk part, like, they have to put it somewhere else. So yeah, they'd have to throw this in either the 5 or 6 star, but honestly, I think they're going to try to keep... They're going to try to keep this in the first 3 star powers, I would think. You need some way to ascend him. Yeah, I feel like you have to do that somewhere. What if the Researcher had Shadow Totem? I mean, that would be better. But yeah, normally you just never see this effect really give you anything. They could always add a copy of the Sun Disk. That's true. They could make it so you have a copy of the Sun Disk. Since you're Mono Shurima, it gets summoned at the start of the game. So yeah, they could do that. Wait, do some people get the Golden Relic today? Or am I missing something? I mean, it depends on your personal countdown timer, which I think is based on when you bought it last, but potentially... Yeah, I didn't know how the Sun Disk wouldn't be terrible. I mean, you're potentially getting that activated before the other one. Because, yeah, with his current constellation, most games you don't even see this go off. Maybe a 2-star rework? I hope. It would be nice. I don't actually know what my Emporium... I haven't looked at the Golden Reliquary in months. I just played the entire Fizz adventure. It only activated once. So mine is 4 days on it. Oh, there you go. So I still have a decent amount of time for mine. In my opinion, Sun Disk would fit as 2nd star, like some buff Sun Disk. I mean, yeah, you could also have it so it's like you summon Sun Disk at the start of the game, and every time you slay a unit, it like counts down. Although then you have to deal with having a landmark on your board, which kind of sucks. Like, that was one of the reasons the Ornn, why his was kind of bad. It was like, okay, now you're limited to 5 slots on your board. All right, 5 minutes. Hopefully something will happen. Oh, because, yeah, if it doesn't happen, then I don't know what we're going to do. Because we've already done a 3-hour stream when nothing has been revealed. Oh, man. It's like, please. Please, Lope, I'm begging you. Drop the reveals. Managed to play Nasus first phase, win, and there's still no patch notes. Congrats on winning. Hopefully you got a lot of XP. Four minutes for nothing to happen. What champion are you predicting? Nasus is kind of the only person that really makes sense. It should be Nasus and Nautilus tomorrow. Have you leveled your champions to 50? No. Most, I kind of haven't cared. Like, before leveling all champions to 30, you got your last relic slot, and so it was kind of a big deal. Now leveling them to 50, it's like you get some sort of decent upgrades, like increased chance to get more like legendary powers and epics, but it doesn't really matter enough. So I have some that are pretty close. Like I have a couple at 47. But yeah, level everyone to 50. No, I haven't bothered. Sauger 2032, thank you for the resub. Appreciate the support. Regans for all your effort on content. Thank you. Oh, 3 minutes. Hopefully. Does every region have an adventure yet? I mean, technically not Runeterra. But no Bandle City. I mean, there is a Teemo one, but yes, no Bandle. Other than that, I think so. Yeah. Right, don't disappoint us. Yeah. 7-star Teemo adventure incoming. Bandle doesn't exist on the map either. Bandle is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Yeah. As I say with like Runeterra, it's like technically every adventure is a Runeterra adventure. Even though it's like kind of a region, kind of not. Matt Engelwin? Matt Engelwin. Thank you for the follow. Didn't they mention in an interview that they might add new regions like Void after a PvE refocus? I think they're not going to add any more regions. I think any units they add would just fit into the existing structure. So, like, I think if they added Void, it would just count as, like, Shurima, because, like, the whole Void corrupted area that the champion's named after, that Kaisa's fighting through, and I'm forgetting the name of, is, like, somewhere in here. Or maybe over here. Acacia, Ixtal, Belveth. That's the one I was thinking. Belveth. The town area. Yeah. That's the one I was thinking of. So yeah, they're not going to add any more card regions, I don't think. I think anything that they add in is just going to fit into the existing structure. All right, it's 2 o'clock. Let's refresh, please. Come on, we've only been waiting like 3 hours. London is not a city that I was thinking of that's got corrupted by the Void, but who knows? Well. Not seeing anything at the moment. Oh, please, Riot. Come on, you can do it. Got you the most metal gift of all, nothing. My favorite thing, disappointment. Yeah, Vex does have some good voice lines. I'm looking at Legends of Runeterra. So I'm refreshing their page. And yeah, nothing. Because that's where they announce all their things. Oh, man. They need to announce the time for these things. That would be nice. Or if they just kept the time consistent. Because normally they released everything between 11 to 12. It's now 2. Alrighty. That's not the best. Left us on red. I'm not... If I missed it, I apologize. 2 more minutes? We're like 5-10 more minutes. All right. I'm trying to ask some people at Riot if maybe they can let us know when stuff's happening. So we'll see. They respect too much Nasus' catchphrase. Don't let the dogs out. I love Frozen Tomb on a current Nasus. Frozen Tomb could be decent. I definitely think Frozen Tomb on the Nautilus is going to be pretty good. So do we keep playing the 1 more hour copium? I mean, I'm gonna see. I'm asking. Who knows if I'm gonna get a response? They could be busy. But we will see. Because yeah, it's been a while, and I don't necessarily want to wait a whole nother hour if it's gonna be an hour away. I think I found out why it's late. Nasus is wandering the Riot HQ. Can't find his way. I mean, yeah, he really got stuck wandering the desert, apparently. Oh, man. Whew, that is rough. Slap Frozen Tomb on Nautilus and Nautilus like it's no one business. Been sitting here on the shelf collecting dust. I mean, that is going to be pretty nice. Frozen Tomb is a relic that is pretty niche. Like, you don't use it on most people, and it is a little tough because if you're playing at like the high end, normally the game's kind of decided by the time this happens. But especially when you're leveling champion, if this is your first epic relic for them, it could be pretty good with a lot of these bigger ones. I'll check quickly, but I don't think Paulo has said anything. I have notifications turned on for like everyone, all of the people that post stuff about patches. And yeah, I am not seeing anything at the moment. Yeah, it's good for Lux. It can be really good for Talia. I normally don't use it on Nasus just because I like using the Disciple of Shadows on Nasus. And this is like play effect. It's nice to be able to kill all your own units. Yeah, Vex is one I haven't really used it on personally. Frozen Tomb can be like cheap champions to cheat out 2. That's, yeah, very true. If they don't end the first few turns. Very expensive to not spend all your mana on turn 1. One good thing with this is it is a good way to get 2 champions on the board. So you can pair this with Chemtech, because if you have 2 champions on the board that both have Chemtech Duplicator, both of them are going to double your spells. So you play a spell once, it goes off 3 times. So Chemtech and Tomb can be fun to pair together. Wouldn't Tomb be the best for Elder Dragon? No, it is not, because Elder Dragon is a play effect. So play every dragon boon on me. So this really shuts down Frozen Tomb, because then you're not getting all these extra buffs in your Elder Dragon. So yeah, it's not the greatest in that regards. Honestly, that's the problem with a lot of the champions that you'd think about using Frozen Tomb with. A lot of them like to have a play effect. So it's a little bit mixed in that regard. I'm only missing the Fear Axe, or whatever it's called. Is that unlockable from the Golden Reliquary? The Fear Cleaving Axe is, yes. I really don't care about the play effect of Mord, so he would be good. I mean, I like Mordekaiser's play effect. Also, I love using Disciple of Shadows on him. But I mean, to each his own. Abe Curry? Abacree? Abacree. Maybe that? Thank you for the follow. Regardless, apologies for any butchery of names that may occur. I should get that as like a title. Spicy Toast Butcherer of Names. Oh boy, here we go again. Meganum? Meganum. I'm gonna go with Meganum. Meganum. Thank you for the follow. Such butchery. It's like all the units you'd want to use. Tomb already has better cost reduction route. Yeah, for most of them, you either want to go for like the Scourge Stash, that's the one. Or going for like Packed Powder for the Plunder and just that flat cost reduction. Or going for the Disciple of Shadows. So it's, yeah. Frozen Tomb is good in theory. It's just a lot of the champions have a better relic to use it with. Spicy Toast, the name butcherer. Sounds kind of cool even. Lee is an exception though. You can you really can't use Chemtech Vagar. I think I tried that. Didn't I make a video about that? I'm pretty sure I made a video with that. It's kind of a problem with this game is there's so many names, and so I have to keep so much like random information of all the names of all the champions, all the relics, and everything, trying to constantly be going on in there. Tomb is like Living Weapon of Fear Cleaving Axe. Good when you don't have a lot of epic relics, but later it's not as good. Yeah, there's a couple relics like that. It's also similar to the Ambessa relic. It's like anyone that would want to use this has a better option to use it on. Which, I mean, can be okay. It's just, if you're someone that has a more complete build going on, you just don't really need it. If you have a more complete collection, I should say. You did do Tomb on Vagar, yes. Yeah, I think I did Vagar with Tomb, Luden's Tempest, and Chemtech. I think it was fine. I think it was one of the better ones to use it with. Didn't talk about the Ambessa Relic since I don't have any experience with the paid ones. Yeah, the Ambessa one's pretty much just... It's fine if you have a limited pool of epic relics, but for most people that want a Overwhelm Relic, there's like 2 or 3 other ones that are just better. Oh, man. Teemo with Tomb. I keep refreshing, being like, it's got to be there, right? Oh, man. Yeah, Nasus is being very stubborn. I'm not sure what time we're going to start tomorrow. It's probably going to depend on how much stuff gets, like, leaked. If we have, like, a ton of epic relics to talk about and stuff like that, then potentially we'll start stream at like 1 tomorrow and have like an hour to talk through, because I think the patch notes come out at 2. So yeah, we'd be talking about the patch notes right now if it was tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, this is rough. All right, Brandon, that part's easy. Brandon Gotziki? Thank you for the follow. And yeah, like, probably for the previous video, I'd probably just say, like, Meg, just for the short part. Check their Reddits. All right, I already have that open. Not seeing anything. The butchery continues. Yeah, pretty much. Let's do new posts. It's just, yeah, other people wondering if there's any constellations. Like, aren't we supposed to get that today? Yes. Yes, we are. Oh, well. Do. Ah. All right, so it's coming today. Yes, everyone got a Discord message. Everyone check quickly. No, that was me. Yeah, we're all in this together. Imagine if they make DFG as broken as the old league. Oh, Deathfire Grasp. That's the acronym. I was like, that seems familiar. I used to get that. I got that when I played Fizz Mid. That was fun. You could absolutely wreck people. I think that was like you send like a fireball at someone and I don't even actually know if it did damage. It just increased the damage they were going to take. I think that's what Deathfire Grasp was, if I'm remembering correctly. Dealt something like 100 damage. It also did damage. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so for my league career, I started with Renekton top for ranked, and I did really well. I got gold my first season that I did that. And then I kind of went and I would either do top or mid, and normally play like bruisers top, or I would also do normally assassins in the mid lane, like Fizz. And I'd also do like just normal AP carries like Ziggs or Lux. And yeah, I had a good time. And then normally if I did jungle, I kind of trolled around with Kindred for a bit. Kindred was pretty fun. But normally it would be Nautilus. I actually really liked doing Nautilus jungle, because you literally have the most control in the game, or at least when I played. And it's just so much fun to shut people down. And you could normally get... Your ganks were amazing. You just had to rely on your team, which was the bad part. All right, hit a 15-minute mark. I am refreshing again. See if anything's popped up. Not seeing anything. DFG Nautilus. Never did do that one. Fiddle Jungle was also peak. I never really did that one myself. Like, Fiddlesticks is hilarious in the jungle, yes. But normally, not one that I personally did. I should stop coping and see you guys tomorrow. Understandable. We'll be back here tomorrow. Depending on when the reveal happens today, we might be covering that reveal as well. Old Urgot was fun. New Urgot is fun. Urgot overall is fun. I would love it if Urgot came to the game. Came to Runeterra. Yeah, the old one was pretty hilarious with your little, like, lock-on missiles just, like, homing in and hitting people. Well, they weren't even, like, really missiles. They're just giant metal blade that homed in on people. That was pretty fun. And then, yeah, the way they changed Urgot was also pretty funny. Urgot 80 carry and tank meta was something else. We're in a sunk cost situation. Can't quit waiting now due to how much time we've wasted. I mean, kind of. Like, normally I would have given up by now. But it's like, we'll stick with it for the time being, I guess. I do remember the times where every other matchup top was Urgot versus Aatrox. Oh, man. Yeah, it's bad. I do have fond memories playing, like, League back in the day. And every, like, once in a while, I would... Normally, like, once every, like, 2 years, I'd maybe download it again and be, like, playing a little bit. And it's just like, nah, I don't want to bother. They should stop playing with our nerves. Season 3, Caston. I actually did play Caston back in the day. Caston was, like, the first character I actually, like, sort of mained. Like, I didn't play him in ranked, but it was, like, the first character was like, okay, I need to just try to get good at a character. And so, alright, did I say Nasus? I meant Caston. Caston was the first character that was like, okay, I need to learn how to play one person, get good with them. And so this was, like, while I was still leveling up my account. I don't even think I could play ranked yet. Caston was my go-to. Like, you farm, you stay safe, you hit 6, and you just immediately aggro on the enemy. Yeah, it was a good time. Did you see Akali had stealth versus turrets for a while? I think I did see that, which was, yeah, kind of dumb. Yeah, playing him at rank with 96 ban rates would have been almost impossible. Well, yeah, I don't know if I ever really played Caston ranked. I think by the time I was doing ranked, I was normally playing Fizz. And yeah, like my most impressive feat I ever did as Fizz was I was able to beat someone that was in the LCS when I was on Fizz. Now, there's a lot of caveats to that, but I think I got like a quad kill in that game. But I was playing Fizz mid, and this person was playing like 80 carry. And so like I got fed, and then I destroyed him. It's not like I was laning against them. Also, it was like from one of the like worst teams in the league. So it was still someone that was in the LCS. So I was excited about that, but normally it's like one of the bottom teams that's like, they're in a season, you've never seen them before, and then they're gone the next season. Yeah, it's kind of my claim to fame. It's like, oh, I was able to stomp out someone that was in the LCS. I really got good at Acel when he has orbs, but now he's just meh. I have no idea what Acel is like anymore. He was cool when he got released, though. Yeah, like flying over the map with your giant orbs, your giant ball of death. I would recommend Eternal Return Black Survival. I haven't seen, a lot of like new MOBAs coming out. Like I think there was one that's called like Super Vine or something similar to that. And they look cool. I just don't really play MOBAs anymore, but it was like, oh, that looks like a cool game if I was still into that. I mean, if I was still like a League player, I would probably be checking out these other games. Supervine is from a lot of old Riot employees. I think I heard that somewhere, yeah. All right, 2:21, 9 minutes. Copium, it's gonna come out. Oh, man. I was getting into him, and the moment I got him to Mastery 7, they reworked him. Yeah, I don't even... I'm trying to think if I even, like, know how they reworked ASOL. Because, like, a lot of the league news for stuff that happens with the, like, champions and whatnot, I still kind of know about it, even if I don't actually, like, directly look into it. Just from, obviously, playing the league game and just news in general. You have, like, Mastery 10 now. I'm going to have a hard time choosing what to play in the next few days. It'll be hard to choose between Path of Champions and Civ 7. Civ is a game I feel like I should like. I've just never gotten into. It started when I was like a kid and my brother was playing Civ and I was like in 1st or 2nd grade. And so I tried it, immediately bounced off because I had no idea what I was doing. And then anytime I've tried to play it in the future, it just hasn't really worked for me because I like grand strategy types of games, but yeah, Civ I've just never been able to get into. But also I'm kind of fine with that because I feel like it's like a drug. You almost don't want to get into it because then you don't like it too much. Civ, I don't know how to get into it. I tried to play, but feels like the learning curve is sometimes like a learning wall. Yeah, pretty much. He has a late game stack champ. His Q breathes cosmic fire and deals damage. His W mostly the same. His E is a black hole used for stacking, and his alt is a AoE circle stun. Interesting. Yeah, speaking of stacking champions, I for a while was playing a lot of Veigar, and I had his awesome Christmas skin, like Bad Santa Veigar or something like that. And yeah, that was just so much fun, just deleting people. It was such a good time. Veigar's a blast. Have you tried Hearts of Iron 4? It's an amazing grand strategy game. I have not. I haven't tried any of the Hearts of Iron. That's the thing with a lot of the strategy games. It's like, I know I could get into this and take a lot of time learning it. I just normally don't really have the time to like invest a whole bunch. Andre 98, thank you for the follow. Having a relatively easy name. Nasus is fun. Sometimes you ignore the enemy pretty early because your lifesteal is so high. Yes, I would have a lot of fun with Nasus. I like stacking champions. I think they're a blast. I had the same thing happen with me with Skyrim. Tried to play it since release back in 2011. Only managed to enjoy it last year. I mean, I feel like Skyrim doesn't have as, like, Skyrim's pretty approachable, so it's not as bad of a learning curve. But yeah, it sometimes happens where it's like you try to enjoy something you can't for a long time. Because there's sometimes, like, you can tell it's a good game, you're just not in the right mindset to really even enjoy it. I have that often with, like, movies or anime, where it's like, I know this is a good show, but I'm just not able to appreciate it right now. Oh, 24. 6 minutes, and then something will definitely happen. Oh, man. Veigar's one of my all-time favorites. Yeah, Veigar's a blast, and he has some hilarious skins. New Vegas aged pretty well. Come back to it every other year and get so much enjoyment from it. Yeah, that's another one that... Honestly, all of the Fallout games, I've never really played any of them. Like, I've turned them on, I've dumped a little bit of time into them, but I've never beaten any of them. I don't even think I've put like 2 hours into any single entry in them. I've just kind of never really enjoyed it. Dragon's Dogma is fun. I bought the first one in 2023 and it was really fun. I know, everyone was super hyped about Dragon's Dogma 2 coming out. I was like, oh, this seems kind of crazy. The hype kills my interest in things because it never lives up to the hype. Yeah, that's... As I've gotten older, I've... get less and less hyped for things. Because, like, if it comes out, it's good. Great. I don't like stacking champions. If you play them, you need to focus on farming, delay the game further. Playing against them feels like you do everything to counter stacking champions. So you're so far ahead by the time the game is delayed. Can't even leave base without losing more than half HP. I mean, I think, yeah, they're fun, but not everyone's going to enjoy it. GTA 6 hype is going to destroy the game. Actually, hilariously, I feel like I'm one of the few people that's never played GTA 5. Or honestly, pretty much any of the GTA games. That's another series that I know everyone, it's like it's a super massive series, just like I've never played them. Yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds, I know a lot of people are going crazy about that, and that's another gaming genre I've never played. I don't really like games where the entire game is nothing but boss fights. And that maybe is not what Monster Hunter games are, but that's the vibe I get from them. It's just all boss fights. And it's like, I like boss fights, I just don't want that to be the entire game. The last thing I was very hyped for that actually met expectations was probably Breath of the Wild. Yeah, the new Zelda games have been pretty good. For me, I just hate it because it fights my muscle memory. So I play either on PC or PlayStation, or even when I played Xbox, and like the accept or like the A and B buttons are switched. So they do the opposite on PlayStation or Xbox, PC, anywhere than they do on Nintendo. And so there's little things like that just the control setup is always wrong for me. And so those games are normally so long that I'll play them, I'll dump a bunch of hours into them, I'll really enjoy it. But then I need to like take a break. I can't just play games all the time. And then by the time I come back to it, it might be like a couple days or a week later. Everything feels wrong. And it's just like, it feels terrible. So I really liked Breath of the Wild. Never finished it. I don't think I ever finished it. And then even when the new one comes out, it's like, it looks really cool. But I know I'm going to have these like real big issues for it. And so where I'm deciding like, do I want to spend my money on that? It's like, I'm sure it's a fantastic game. I think I'm going to hold off though. I really, if they had button mapping or like key bindings, if you could adjust your key bindings, oh my word, that'd be so good. The fact you can't though, at least for that one, I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, it's always bad when you play a game and just like, there's normally a convention for what key bindings should be. And when a game is just like, nope, we're going to do it differently and you're not going to be able to change them, it's like, why? I don't like Breath of the Wild. I liked Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. I don't know what those are. Are those other Zelda games? Because I don't know. I grew up with Ocarina of Time. Love that game. For me, I had a Nintendo, but I never had a GameCube. So like all of the Zelda games, like I saw other people play them. I know a lot of people talked about it, but I never really played them. I did have a Wii though. So I played one of them. It's one of the Zelda games where you have a horse. I don't even remember what it's called. Twilight Princess? Maybe that one? I think it's Twilight Princess. I think that's the one I played on the Wii, which is pretty good. All right, 2:30. We're definitely getting a reveal. Not seeing anything at the moment. Warframe made me permanently change crouch to Q. Is hitting control so often made my pinky hurt. Yeah, I've been there. Turn the copium to the max. Yeah, we're gonna have a copium overdose on stream. Okay, still all right. It's 2:31. We still don't have anything. Bullet jumping killed so many pinky fingers in Warframe. Yeah, I do. I've had fun times with Warframe, but yeah, some of the controls were always a little bit awkward, and it was always fun. But it's like, do I want to grind this enough to really? Yeah, I could never like get into it. Oh, sad. Full hour maximum copium. I mean, yeah, luckily I didn't have something else I really needed to do. Like, I had all of my editing for videos already done. So, like, my backlog in that regard was, like, clear. Otherwise, yeah, I probably would have, like, GTFO'd a while ago. Be like, all right, I'm not waiting. I have videos to edit. I have to go do something. Oh, man. Doing some quick Valorant games while listening. I never really got into Valorant or Counter-Strike. Those sort of like Twitch shooters. But I like first-person shooters. I just think I like first-person shooters that don't necessarily have such a crazy time to kill. Like, I normally play more like, well, Halo back in the day. Halo is pretty much what I grew up playing. Like, Halo was a good time. I had a lot of fun growing up playing that. No spoilers yet? Sadly, no. Sadly, no. I played CS when I was a really small kid, like 6 years old. My dad sheltered my love for Counter-Strike. See, I had older brothers that had an Xbox. And so they would play a lot of Xbox games, but especially like Halo. So I grew up just playing a ton of Halo. And at the time, I was kind of like a Halo prodigy. It was hilarious. I would pretty much wreck everyone. Obviously, that's just like my family or friends or like anyone else I knew at the time. But like Halo 1, you couldn't play online. So I was pretty much better than everyone around me. But I feel like that happens to a lot of people, especially with like fighting games where you can destroy everyone around you, but then you go to a tournament and just get absolutely destroyed by other people. I will say, though, it's a lot of fun taking those skills, and then when the like Bungie Destiny came out, the beta came out, it was so much fun because there was all these people that have like, we're all learning the game at the same speed, that had played so much Halo that my first game of like the beta, I went like 25-0. It was so funny, just like absolutely destroying people. It was a good time. CS is a bit too realistic for me. I'm more of a fantasy magic person, and Valorant is kind of doing that. Yeah, it's a nice, happy little mix there. It was Counter-Strike 1.6. I was playing against Botch, which didn't know at the time and thought I was so good. Yeah, that's... My brothers had Counter-Strike on the Xbox, but again, you couldn't play online at the time, and so it was just like, oh, this is an interesting game. I'm gonna go back to playing the Halo Halo campaign. That's actually been one fun thing. Is reintroducing my wife to video games, because she played GoldenEye, one of the 007 games, on I think an Xbox as well, and she was playing it a lot. And then she like admitted to her family that she like was having dreams about playing the game. And they're like, okay, you've played the game too much. And then like, they took it away from her. So then she like never played video games really again for a while, other than like games on the Wii. And so after like dating her and getting married, just like reintroducing her, just be like, yeah, enjoy playing video games, and just kind of encouraging that. And it's been really funny playing games with her and finding out what she actually enjoys. So we've actually went, and like her favorite game series is like Gears of War. There's actually a moment where in like Gears like 3, I think, it shouldn't matter, but I will not say who it is just for the random chance of spoilers, although it shouldn't matter, it's like 10-year-old game. There's a certain character that dies, and as the second player, she's always playing as that person, and so she would normally cry when that character died because it was pretty emotional. But anyways, Gears of War is like big, brutal, like all these ridiculously jacked guys that are killing enemy with chainsaws on their or on their guns. Anyways, that's her favorite game. So she absolutely loves it for Gears of War, and normally, like every year, we'll go back and like play through all of them again. And then I try to introduce her to Halo. Goodness, I'm dying over here. Tried introducing her to Halo, and she's okay with that, but she didn't like it as much. And then recently, like this year, we played Space Marine, and she really liked that because the one thing she didn't like about Gears of War was the cover. She doesn't like having to sit behind cover. So in Space Marine, you don't sit behind cover. You're just this giant hulking Space Marine of death. She was like, oh yeah, this is great. It's like my favorite parts of like Gears of War without the cover. Gears has great death moments, like the brothers who died in the first 2 games. Yeah, that's true. The Carmines? Something like that? Around there? Close to it? Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, pretty much the game we play together now is we play Helldivers together almost every night. It was also pretty funny. I introduced her to playing World of Warcraft for a bit, because every couple of months I like hopping on and just leveling, being in the world, and it's a very good chill game. Anyways, we'd play WoW together, and I try to get her to play all like the stereotypical like girl classes, especially like casters like druid, hunter, mage, priest, any of those. Her favorite class, which was like the last one we got to, is warrior. She just wants to be in there and just using big weapons, absolutely smashing things, just killing them. Have you played more chill games like It Takes Two? Yes, we did play It Takes Two. There's a moment in there that's super traumatic. Oh my word. That poor elephant. That is the most painful thing to play through. Oh my word. So bad. Anyways, we played It Takes Two. We never finished it. It was another game that like we put a bunch of hours in over like a weekend. We didn't finish it though, and we just had to like go about doing life. And by the next time we could play together again, we kind of had sort of forgotten where we were, and we never actually finished it. But yeah, we both like that elephant scene. We're like, oh my word, that was so painful. Because like we want to play it, like we should replay it again, but neither one of us really wants to play that scene again. We haven't played A Way Out. I think that's the Prison Break one. I think. Or maybe I'm mixing it up with a different one. Yeah, I haven't played that one. The elephant scene, though, reminds me of a show I'm sure a lot of you people know called Happy Tree Friends. Happy Tree Friends, I think, is absolutely hilarious because it is like the most cute, innocent, adorable-looking TV show at first. And then it just becomes the most, like, brutal, gory, terrible possible show. And so, especially when I was like a teenager, it would be so funny to tell people like, oh yeah, go check out Happy Tree Friends, because you know that like their expectation versus the reality, it's so funny. That was me, by the way, for Discord. Everyone's Discord message. Yeah, go immediately now. How old are you? I am about to turn 30. So yeah, I am getting up there. Love the madness videos. Yeah, the Happy Tree Friends was a good time. That was always funny. And also, so my wife is a teacher, and she actually recently just brought this up, that one of she teaches high school now, and one of her kids like brought up Happy Tree Friends and how it's completely not what they were expecting. I was like, oh yeah, good times. Younger than Shroud, wow. He's another one I've never really... He's like a major first-person shooter guy. Like, he's playing Marvel Rivals now, I think, right? To be honest, I don't really keep up with a lot of other streamers or anything. I mostly, like, stay in my little bubble. Maybe Marshall has some news about the reveal. I think that was me again. So no one freak out about Discord. Maybe Marshall has some news about the reveal. I think if he did have any news, which I kind of doubt, it should be... He would have posted it on the Runeterra report, which doesn't have anything recent. So yeah, not seeing anything. Yeah, Shroud is an ex, I believe, CS pro player. Yeah, I thought he was one of the people that was playing a lot of Marvel Rivals recently. I watched Happy Tree Friends at university. God damn, my oldest Ash. Oh man. Yeah, so we have no timetable for when it is going to be released, just that it's coming out today. So yeah, we'll see. I think at this point, I'll wait until 3 o'clock, and then after that, my wife's gonna get home from work. It's probably like, all right, I mean, is the reveal today? I mean, it's supposed to be. It's, yeah, should be today at some point. If it doesn't come out at 3, then we'll probably just do it tomorrow. Like, tomorrow we'll probably get on and yeah, see how it goes. We'll go over it all then. See us when the reveal is 3:05. I mean, maybe. Today ends for me in 20 minutes. Oof. I mean, hopefully it's then. I used to be good at shooters. I mean, so I like to play a lot of like PvE shooters. And so it kind of keeps your muscle memory still pretty decent at it. And then if you have to play any PvP ones, it's not as bad. But yeah, that's kind of what I grew up playing, was first-person shooters, because like my main developmental game growing up was Halo. And then even now, like, there's a lot of fun first-person shooters that I enjoy. Like, I actually recently got Witchfire, which is a first-person single-player like roguelike game. And yeah, that was pretty good. Dumb Ways to Die. My wife loves that game / song. Happy Tree Friends is like the Lysandra Adventure. You don't like it, but you have to go through it. What time does the actual patch come out? So again, the patch notes often change. Recently, the patch notes come out on Wednesday at like 2 o'clock Eastern, I think. But after today, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Tomorrow, I don't even know what time we're going to start stream, because I normally try to do the start time close to when stuff comes out. But I don't know when stuff comes out anymore, so I don't know. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Yeah, she loves it. She'll sing that relatively often. There's a like card game that you can play, and we got that mostly because she loved the song and the other game, the mobile game. And so it's actually a decent card game. It's pretty fun. All right, this is a ridiculously long stream. So normally my Monday and Tuesday before the patch are pretty short streams where we're focusing on just, you know, the new reveals and the patch notes and everything. And then Wednesday through Friday are really long streams, like 4 to 5 hour streams, if not more. Today, though, we're going to have like a 4-hour stream so far of virtually nothing. So, fantastic. The reveals were the friends we made along the way, pretty much. Didn't get any reveals, but a lot of toast lore. I mean, yeah, if... I have a lot of stuff I could talk about, especially when we don't have anything else to talk about. Oh, man. Apparently the wheels stopped turning. I mean, that reminds me of the Wheel of Time. Those were interesting books. Never finished that book series, but trying to tackle those as like a middle schooler or teenager when the books were like a brick. Where's the camera? There. It was pretty rough. Friends we made along the way always make me laugh every time. Toast lore we got today made us wiser just like Nasus. Don't know if wiser is really the best for it. Just post the VOD in the channel with the title Absolutely Nothing Happened. Yeah, just 4 hours of nothing. Did you read Mistborn? I did not. Was that with the Wheel of Time? I read like the first 3 to 4 of that book series. 3.5 hours, long talking stream, and didn't go into politics once. Great success. I mean, yeah, I try not to divide my chats because, especially these days, politics is so divisive. There's just like, why bother? Oh gosh, Wheel of Time. It just feels like nerd homework at some point. Yeah, so I normally grew up reading all the R.A. Salvatore books. Great books, and they're normally like 300 pages, which especially when you're like summer vacation or summer break as a kid, it's like you can just sit down, sit in a hammock, sunny day, and read that whole book in like one sitting. It's going to take you all day, but when you have a kid, you have nothing else to do, it's great. So that's normally what I would read. But then like the Wheel of Time books would be like 600-900 pages, like twice or 3 times what like my normal books would be, and just like, oh my word. Actually, I think they're often like 1,000 pages, which is just like, oh my word, it's too long. Also, I'd hate the dream sequences. The dream sequences would just be so ridiculously long. You're like, oh my word, just get to the point. Yeah, it was a little rough. Overall, though, pretty good books. Percy Jackson and Star Wars Force Unleashed were the only books I've read myself. I haven't read any of those. I'm so going to watch Happy Tree Friends before sleep now, just out of nostalgia. Oh, yeah, there were some pretty good ones. Percy Jackson was a good read. Dragonlance was my go-to. Yeah, I never really read those ones. I did my kind of only like early adult sort of genre that I like read, which like Percy Jackson I've kind of put in there, was I read all of the Aragon book series. So like, you know, the dragon books. I read all of those, which was really funny because it was supposed to be a trilogy. And I was like halfway, 3/4 of the way through the like 3rd book. And I'm like, how the hell are they gonna wrap this up? Like, I do not see how they're going to like put this all together. Turns out they decided to make a 4th book, but I thought it was a trilogy the whole time because it was supposed to be, and I was just so confused. Like, man, I do not know how they're gonna put this all together, tie this all up. Like, I'm almost done the book. How is this gonna happen? So yeah, that was always fun reading those books. Stream makes me think of the pain that the Hollow Knight Silksong community is dealing with, having like 150-ish days since the reveal and almost no news for 2 years. Oh yeah, Silksong's a meme at this point. I read it when I was receiving a status of a teen, and it's also my favorite book since. I haven't reread it because I don't want to ruin the impression. Monster Calls is a really good psychological book. I adore, one of my favorites. See, when I was a kid, I would read a lot more. Because also, like, you didn't have a job, you're not working or anything. And then since I was, or am, dyslexic and struggled to read growing up, like, my parents didn't have a lot of money, but a book was something that they would definitely spend the money on anytime they could. So especially we did a lot of traveling. It's pretty much anytime we went on a trip, we would stop at a bookstore. My parents would buy me a book, so I would have something to read because they want to try to encourage me reading because it's not something that comes naturally to me. So yeah, I actually ended up reading a lot growing up. And kind of the first thing that got me into it was the Archer comics, or Archie comics. There we go. You know, Archie, Jughead, all of those. So that was kind of the first thing that got me into reading. Just pick parallel convergence type or converging timelines on 6-star Pike. Units who transform no longer keep lurk. I want to kill myself. Oof. Yeah, that was not a good time. Toast, do you like pickles? I generally love pickles. They have to be crunchy though. I hate soft, squishy pickles. That's the worst. If they're nice and crunchy, then yes. Also, pretty much anything with vinegar is great. Did someone at Riot forget to schedule the tweet? What's going on? I mean, I talked to someone at Riot. They know that they confirmed it's coming out today. So they saw they've forgotten. I think they're they're testing out different times, see how it works. So yeah. See. Toast, what's your favorite fruit? I would generally say mangoes. But I think you normally have to definitely cut them, because otherwise if you try to eat it if you peel it off and then try to eat it like an apple, there's normally a lot of little strings that just get stuck in all your teeth, and it drives me absolutely insane. But generally mango, depends on how you want to pronounce it. But see, I grew up actually partially grew up in Venezuela, which I know a lot of people would not expect. So I grew up there and we had mango trees, and so it not only is a delicious fruit, but it also reminds me of that. So that's, yeah, kind of a couple of reasons why that's generally what I would consider my favorite. Riot being like, there's a patch note somewhere here. Do you like garlic much? Yes. Garlic is fantastic. Do you speak Spanish? Not really. When I left Venezuela, I probably was decent for my age. And I've taken Spanish classes and I can recognize words here or there, but I just no, not really. Sadly. So I left when I was in around 2nd grade. I left and then I went to Canada. And I then never spoke anything really Spanish. So I pretty much lost anything I had. So sadly, no. As a fellow Venezuelan, approve your message. 6 minutes, final copium push? Pretty much, yeah. It's been 4 hours, essentially. Come on. I need to remember that. My memory's so bad. Yeah. I am from C, which is around Australia. And mango is one of our national fruits. We love it here too during summertime. Yeah, mango's great. All right, 5 minutes. We got this, guys. We got this. Viewership slightly spiked. I think everyone's ready. Here in Panama, pineapples are so good. Pineapples are another good one. I always like them in a nice dragon. I have no idea where that came from. Probably because of dragon fruit. A fruit salad with some nice pineapples, mangoes, watermelon, apples. We're burning down Riot HQ if no reveals in 5 minutes. I woke up to the stream so I could say I've been here all day. This was not supposed to be this long. Oh man, it's been 4 hours of copium. Riot is testing out dedication. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. This isn't even sunk cost, it's just cost, pretty much. Yeah, never really... I've done pineapples... Well, when I was a kid, my mom would do pineapples on pizza, and it's fine. I would never choose it myself. Alrighty, 4 minutes. We got this, guys. It's definitely going to come out at 3. Yeah, we'll probably wait like 5 minutes after 3 if it doesn't come out, and then it's going to be like, all right, I gotta go. Nasus is a bit of a bad doggo. I like pineapple on pizza, but I wouldn't say I'd order it over a ham pizza. My favorite pizza, if we're just doing all sorts of random topics, my favorite is bacon and jalapeno. Really nice. And the way I actually got to that is totally random. So I was the president of a technology and engineering club at my university. And to get people to come in, we would have pizza parties. And so it'd be like, instead of just getting normal pizzas, it'd be like, hey, what do people want on pizzas? One person said bacon, another person said jalapeno, and no one else wanted to give any suggestions. So it's like, fine, we're going to have a bacon jalapeno pizza. So we ordered it, and then we got it, and it was like, oh, this is actually fantastic. And now it's my favorite pizza. So whenever I order pizza, that's always my go-to, and it is so good. I love it. This is the real existential dread. The real strength is leaving now and not checking until tomorrow. Barbecue pizza is so good. I think I've had that before. I think it's fine. My favorite is a basic one. I don't know how to write it. Cheese, basic, simple, yummy. I mean, yeah, just a cheese pizza. All right, 2 minutes. Oh, I'm getting depressed shiver for the first time in my life. Giving pizza with olives, mushrooms, and onions. That sounds like the worst. Harold, that's like all the things I hate. Oh man, that'd be the worst. All right, we're ready. It's totally gonna happen this time, guys. It's definitely gonna happen. Oh, I love onions, but onions on pizza are not good. Onions are very much a hit or miss for me. They're fine in some things, other things I don't like them. It's really a texture. Sometimes I don't want that crunch. The flavor's normally fine. It's totally gonna happen, guys, right? It's totally gonna happen in a minute. Oh my word. Please. Oh, it says 3 o'clock my time. All right, so normally it doesn't come out right at the time of 3. Normally it's like after a little bit. So like we'll keep refreshing. It's got to show up. Yeah, February 10th, new constellation. It's gonna happen before 301. It's definitely gonna come out, guys. Because of the small difference in time, we have to wait until 3:15. All right, it is now 3:01. Still not seeing anything. All right, I'm going to wait till 3:05. After 3:05, I'm going to give up. Just going to sit here and keep refreshing. Hopefully. I mean, probably as soon as I stop. As soon as I stop, it's going to come out. Oh, man. Reveal at 3:06 confirmed? Oh, probably. 99% of refreshers stop before the reveal. Oh, man. Suffering is the beating heart of drama. That's a good one. Maybe we get voice lines, they have to record it just now for the reveal. Oh my god, pizza ad. That's perfect. Alright, still refreshing, still not seeing anything. It's not even 10 for me anymore, it's literally the 11th of February. I always forget that you're like completely different time. Oh right, you're in like Jordan or Georgia. Georgia. Yeah, the one that's a state. Right. Oh man. Here it's 10 p.m. Yeah, just hit. It's 3:03 for me. Yeah, Georgia. That's the one that's not the state. Yeah, I think the first time you said Georgia, I'm just like, oh, okay, I know someone from that state. I was like, wait, this time zone does not make sense. I know they don't make skins anymore, but I want the pizza delivery Siffer skin with her constellation. Oh, man. All right, 3:04. They have 1 minute. Distract Spicy so he forgets to end the stream. I mean, well, actually, so I was gonna get off because my wife is gonna be home, but she also does have to go shopping. Georgia is also awesome with all the talk about pizza, and I have no idea what that word is. Oh my word. That's interesting. Huh. There's a local fried chicken chain that has some sauce that's like a ahi combo. Panamanian Scotch bonnet jam. It's so good. Huh. Interesting. Sure, well, maybe look at that. A hot pepper originating from Panama. Huh, so I just googled the pepper and it was interesting. Although I guess I'll maybe look at what a Panamanian Scotch bonnet is. Yeah, interesting. All right, it's 3:06, but my wife is shopping, so Screw it. Until my wife gets home so I can spend time with her, I'll just keep waiting. Maybe it'll come up. Yeah, Google some, or Georgia has some crazy good cuisine, but that's cheese bread with the egg. My favorite from there. See ya, Mark. See ya, Noam. We'll be gone here in a little bit. Who knows? Ryan Ploy made a wrong turn, ended up the Ionia region. Explain the situation, still sit and wait with you in the waiting stream. I mean, probably not. Because also, we have a kind of interesting schedule as far as food. So we normally have breakfast, and we only have like one other meal a day. And we normally do that right when she gets home from work. So yeah, we also have to go eat, which is perfect because we're having all this food. So I'm thinking of my geography, and it's been a while since I've really looked that much at a map. Isn't Georgia like in the... Sorry. Isn't Georgia in like the bottom east part of like Europe? Isn't that where Georgia is? Sort of? Like above the Middle East and at like the bottom part of Europe? In between Asia and Europe? That's me. In the Caucasian region, we'll call it Caucasians in general. Their state in the country. Let's... Alright, let's just... Whole stream has just been completely derailed. Alright, everyone, let's learn about geography. Alright, so... Okay, over here. It's right by Azerbaijan. Okay. So I knew it was like in this general area. Here, I'll zoom in a little bit more. So you're by the Black Sea. I kind of didn't know if it was going to be closer to the, like, Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia area. But I'm glad I at least got it sort of right. I definitely did think it was on the other side of the Black Sea, though. Okay, so over here. It is kind of funny, all the, like, the stands. Like, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. There's some of these that's, like, you kind of forget that they exist, to be honest, which isn't great. But, like, Kazakhstan is just, like... Right. Because you could probably make up a bunch of these. Like, you'd have a list. And just have a, like, stand at the end. And there's probably a lot of these that people are going to be like... Sure, that could be one. I have no idea. Kazakhstan, greatest country in the world. Honestly, that's one thing. Like, I like world history. I like learning about other places. A lot of these, like, obviously everyone knows about Afghanistan. But, like, some of these, I have no idea anything about these countries. Like, I've heard the name before. It's, like, kind of a... It's kind of funny, but it's, like, I... No idea what they are. I mean, for a lot of them, they're probably very... like Russian. They're probably part of the USSR. I feel like it's what a lot of these were. #1 exporter of potassium. Huh. Nobody ever told where I live knew where it is, so I'm used to it. Yeah, I'm happy I knew the area, generally. They were former Soviet states, yeah. Let's see. Host lessons before patch. We were in fact also part of the USSR. I mean, yeah, I feel like, goodness, pretty much all of this. I mean, technically at one point half of Germany was in the USSR. I feel like pretty much all of these How far did the USSR actually go? That's actually one thing I think Romania, Serbia... Was Hungary part of it too? Yeah, I might need to look up Iron Curtain period. Until Poland? Okay, I thought Poland was under Russia as well. Technically, Germany, Poland, lots of Central Europe was not under USSR, just more like satellite states. Hungary was communist, but never USSR. Okay, I guess that makes sense. So it's like, still, like, yeah, satellite states of the USSR, but not technically under it. The communism jokes are a bit funny when so many of Europe, America jokes about it. Hello, bully. It's... Borat's Kazakhstan anthem. Interesting. All the way till Berlin. Yeah. Romania, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia were satellite states. Yeah, rip Czechoslovakia. Oh, man. Well, I'm still waiting the ones they showed in the video last year with Mel. Romania here, yes, we're under communism until 1989. Yeah, I know a lot of those places there, like Poland, they were very happy once they got rid of communism, and now they're super, super against it. And yeah, building up their military because like, no, we do not want Russia again. Very against that. Red Google comrade. Poland was officially gone from the map for a while. Fun fact. Yeah, there's... So I always am interested in history, and there's a lot of stuff like that that I know about, but obviously only learning about it and not actually like experiencing it or not being in that part of the world, because I've never actually been out of North and South America. So over in Europe and that side, never been over there. And so especially the history for a lot of these countries directly, I know more about like the region, not as much, yeah, a lot of the specifics. But gotta love Poland food, pretty good. Albania under the communist regime was wild. They built so many bunkers because of the paranoid leader. You can still find all the abandoned bunkers today throughout the country. See you, Ken. Totally get it. Yeah, pretty much as soon as the wife texts me that she's coming home, it's probably gonna be like, all right, let's head out. You said that was Albania. Albania is around here as well. Where are you? Is it up more? No. I thought it was right around here. Moldova. Goodness. Okay, right there. Okay, it was smaller than the other. Okay, I was right. So it is in this area. It was just a little bit smaller. Yeah, there's so many small countries in here. It's definitely hard to keep them all like memorized. Yeah, it's crazy, especially someone that lives in like the US, because you have so many countries here in Europe. And then you go over to the US and like it's massive and it's one country. It's like all the states you have to remember, but here it's kind of insane. What are you looking at? We're looking at the world right now as we're waiting. All right, it's 3:16. Let's refresh. I'm sure they posted it by now. Cool. Cool. Nice. Excellent. Still good. States are basically countries, kind of in a way. I mean, originally for the US, the states were supposed to be much more independent. At this point, the federal government probably has too much control over the entire country, but it would have been more of the states kind of govern themselves, and the entire overall like federal government for the entire country was pretty much just for being able to fight wars and gather people together if that was more the case. But right now, like, individual state autonomy and identity has definitely fallen by the wayside. Like, there's still some, like, especially like Texas, where it's very much like, yeah, we're Texas. But for a lot of the other places, it's much more your country's identity than your state identity. But it definitely could have been much more similar and diverse. I mean, there are still a good amount of diversity between the states of having very different rules and cultures and stuff like that, but definitely not what it was when it started at all. Outplayed by Riot, pretty much. Actually traveling to Portugal next week. I do want to try to visit Europe at some point. Well, actually, the main place I want to visit is Iceland, because I just always thought Iceland would be really cool. I mean, in more ways than one. But if I did have to move somewhere, I've always kind of liked the idea of moving to Iceland, just kind of an island away from everything. Because especially from living in the US, it's kind of annoying sometimes being, like, in some regards, the biggest or the most powerful country in the world, because, like, everyone has an opinion on what happens in the US. And it's just like, I'd kind of like to go to some place where people don't really talk about, that doesn't kind of matter in the same sense, where it's just like out of the way, doing your own thing. So yeah, I've always thought Iceland would be pretty nice. That isn't that the irony of Iceland and Greenland? I mean, kind of, yeah. That it's more green than Greenland. Their names are a little ironic. I want to visit Croatia one day since my family came from there. Not many landmines still around the Bosnia Inc. The bigger, the more unique identity it has. What you doing? Yeah, we're hanging out, waiting. Allegedly, there's going to be a champ reveal today. Allegedly. Visit me in Georgia, Toast. Nobody knows we exist. I mean, yeah, everyone over here is like, Georgia? Oh, yeah, I know people from that state. Yeah, which also is really annoying how a lot of the stuff in the US is named after things in Europe, which it makes sense because people obviously came here from Europe, but there's like multiple names, so it's not really clear. Romania looks like a fish. Always wanted to go super north and see the Northern Lights. I've seen them once in Canada, so screw it, let's just... Alright, over in Canada. So I used to live... where are some of the cities more of... I guess we don't get super... So I would live in, like, this general area. So if we zoom out, that's not too far necessarily from the border. Most of Canada, like 90%, lives like 10, 25 miles from the border or something. So I didn't live super far north. So normally we could not see the Northern Lights. But one time they apparently were visible really far, a lot farther south than normal. So even though we weren't super far north, like literally there's parts of the US that were higher, we actually were able to see the Northern Lights from where I lived in Canada, which was pretty awesome. Now, it wasn't like crazy intense, but yeah, it was actually pretty awesome that I was able to see the Northern Lights at one point, which was pretty awesome. It was a good time. This is the variety stream we deserve. I'm from Serbia on the border with Bosnia, and there are signs for landmines still. The border patrol will arrest you if you wander off the road. I mean, that's better than getting blown up. Icelandic person here. Northern Lights is just a Tuesday around here. Yeah, there's actually one thing. It's like, my wife and I have looked into what it would be like to potentially move to Iceland. And it wouldn't be too bad. There are some visas and stuff you can get, especially if you're someone that does a lot of work online. But it would be fun. Does Iceland eat fermented shark? Interesting. It's really interesting because Canada elevation-wise is the same as like Germany, if I remember correctly, which is wild. So that's actually for why not a bit of family like lineage. So both sets of my grandparents came from, or great-grandparents, sorry, came from Germany. So we have a lot of traditional German like foods we eat, and sadly, it's kind of been lost down the generations. But yeah, both sets of great-grandparents were just constantly speaking German, and so they all came. Some came before World War I, and others came between World War I and World War II. But yeah, a lot of family actually did come from Germany. Sadly, yeah, none of them, by the time it came to my generation, still really spoke any German, which was kind of sad because I always thought it would be cool. However, one of my siblings did a like ancestry or one of those sorts of things. And even though we came from Germany, apparently most of our lineage as far as like blood is actually like Norway or like Swedish, or more of the Viking areas. Apparently there was like a famine, and so a lot of people from here moved down. And so while they were German, I always thought I was like 100% German or whatnot, because both sets of both of my grandparents all were that. It's actually blood-wise actually more Norway and like Swedish, which is kind of cool because I always liked Vikings and stuff. Also, my stupid mouse still does the double click thing. Yeah, the Viking blood is showing. Yeah, I enjoy it. Actually, I need to shave my sides again. I normally like to keep them all nice and short, but it's been a while. I'm back. Still can't believe it's not out. Do we know at least when? No, we don't. Sadly, I tried to ask certain people at Riot, and it was just, it's coming out today. We couldn't get a time frame. So we've been trying and waiting. I guess at this point, since my wife hasn't texted me yet and she's shopping, we will wait until 3:30. Maybe it will eventually happen. New toast weakness, learn the sun. Actually, it's not that bad. So I used to work construction. More random lore for you. I used to go to school or universities all through the year, and then through the summer I would just work construction the whole time. So I did a bunch of different construction jobs. But normally I would like burn once, and then after that I would just tan all summer long. So yeah, I'm actually not terrible for the sun. It's pretty good. At the start, I'm sure you were German back from YouTube. Really bad at recognizing from where people are just by looking at them. It doesn't seem bad. That seems like a useful kind of skill. The notes are as lost as my attack power against the Nivea spamming frost spells. I mean, technically the notes aren't coming out till tomorrow, allegedly. We'll have to see. Me too, but sometimes as a person that has their whole vibe to a look also. No, I am bad at that's what I mean. Oh. Yeah, definitely misread that. Text can be difficult sometimes. Spicy, show us your Mjolnir. I've already resigned myself to the fact that Rek'Sai will not be my wife or Galio. From Poland? Nice. I definitely like a lot of Polish food. Or at least some of the stuff from that we get from Germany. Or that we would have as like cultural heritage from Germany was also stuff that they would have from Poland as well. Like one of my favorite family meals. Goodness. All the words in my head are now passing me by. Oh, there it is. So it's called like I'm gonna butcher it, but maybe someone will know what I'm talking about. Varanakia, and yeah, that sounded wrong, but still somewhere in there. And you'd put it's like pierogies. Essentially, it's pierogies, and then you would put a really nice like sour cream sauce on it. That was called like szamotfat. Good time, really, really good. It was one of my favorite meals growing up. I have not had it in so long. Oh, that does look pretty nice. Pierogies? Yeah, pierogies are great. Oh, gotta love them. Here, I'll show you guys. So this is what one of the meals that Crisis talked about. Polish potato dumplings. And yeah, it does look pretty good. A lot of those areas do have a lot of potato meals, a lot of very doughy meals, a lot of sour cream, very creamy and thick. But it's really good. I haven't had these types of meals, especially like a pierogi, in goodness, I can't remember the last time. It maybe has been years. Maybe, which is kind of depressing to think about. Oh man, it sucks. I love to confuse my European friends when they ask where I'm from. Don't forget Subroka. My town is Polish in origin, so we have a fair amount of... I know that word is not going to be pronounced how it's written. Being solely, they're very good. Have you tried to make ganoush? I have not. A lot of these meals... So, my parents used to live further away. Now they're going to be essentially living with me, which will be actually pretty good. So there's a lot of these traditional meals that I want to learn how to make, because it would be really, really nice. Because yeah, it's just like food is a very big part of my like family heritage, or it's very important for my family. Like normally our get-togethers is just everyone together making food, and it's kind of a big deal. And so learning how to make some of these traditional meals to keep passing down is really good. For a moment you said it looks really nice. I thought there was a reveal. Yeah, that did not say, or sadly no. Wait, did you say if you're Christian or Jewish? I don't know if you're asking me or someone else. For me, I am Christian. All right, it's 3:30. Let's refresh. The reveal was our knowledge of geography. I asked you because a lot of Jews fled Poland after World War II. My like great grandmother on one of the sides was Jewish. Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of my family, or they all got out of Germany before World War II. All right. Still not seeing anything. Fun. This is a good time. Let's just look at some of the other relevant people. I don't see anything on Runeterra Report. Don't see anything for Paulo. All right, fun. Canada's a safe haven for Nazis after World War II. Yes, so one side of my family, one side was Canadian and the other was American, so I have like dual citizenships. But yeah, they all came from Germany. Alrighty, I don't know when we're going to start stream tomorrow because I wanted to try to do it closer to when stuff comes out. But I have no idea when stuff's coming out anymore. So we'll be streaming tomorrow at some point. We'll be going over the Nasus reveal that should be happening at some point. Who knows when. So yeah, we'll be streaming tomorrow, going over everything. We'll then also be streaming on Wednesday. I think that's where we'll call it for today. It's been over 4.5 hours, and we did not get a reveal. But it was a lot of fun hanging out with everyone. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Yeah, it was great hanging out, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow. See ya.